All right. All right, we're back from lunch, and we left off at court.
I have a quick question before we get into my stuff.
Yeah,
I don't understand the leveling. When I'm looking at job salary study, I don't understand it.
the internal base.
Yes, but when I'm looking at this is where I don't understand.
Okay.
And maybe it's just because it's wrong on the salary study, but like LTCA, they've got internal salary at 39.4, 39.4, 39.4, 32.05, 39.4.
What LTC? What letter?
A.
A.
There's different amounts in that bucket.
Well, look at the hours.
Hourly rate's all the same, but then how can they say our internal base should be this and hourly? That's what I'm not understanding.
Because it's based on the hours worked. So that was
Okay.
what we asked them to do, was
So
figure
that's
out.
hours work. Okay.
Yeah. So the number, if you take like that 280, 2080 times 1896 is where you'll get that 39,446.
Well, that's where I got confused with surveyor's office. That's where I got so confused. Okay. Well, I won't question it.
Yeah, because that's the whole reason we asked for the hourly rate, was because some people work a 40-hour day.
Well, and then I will say I have several that are wrong in mine because I'm more than 32 and a half, but they didn't put that in there. Since mine always gets brought up, I didn't ask for increase.
Yeah.
But mine is not 32 and a half a week, but they say that that's our business hours. So that's what I have to put.
That's what they use.
My master commissioner magistrate are more than 32 and a half hours a week because
Yeah.
they're on call every other weekend. So if you guys don't take that into account on here, you're not going to know that on these jobs. So I just want to make sure I understand where you're getting these numbers.
Yes, it's
Okay.
what they provided to us, and they configured the hourly rate based on the job category and then the letter, and then that final number. The same thing goes for like the external midpoint, right?
Right.
It's the hours worked times $19.84.
Right. So then we need to go back to page 2 because that was not done correctly. I can tell you that, yes. Which was Title 40 court. And my internal base salary for my court reporter.
Hold on.
It might be correct on here, but what you had stated out loud was not correct. So I want to make sure we're on the same page. What I heard somebody say was that a court reporter was at 37,467, and no, that is not what it shows on internal base.
That was the assistant.
But everybody in the pot went to 37.5. And then the clerk put his people above the external mid. So now we're doing external mid, and
He's not. He's at the level. His spreadsheet says mid.
if you go to the internal base, his filing clerk's office is above the mid.
They changed. By. So in the orange column, the filing office is a Comet C, and Comet C starts at 37.5.
Okay. Then my court reporters should be at 38.5, correct? 38.6.
You have a Comet C.
Comet D.
You have one on this page. You have one that's a Comet D.
Right. And then the other one should be 37.5.
That was standby.
38.6.
Standby. It has longevity built into it.
Yes.
Standby.
Which I can tell you what that longevity is.
773 is what I have.
Yep, that sounds right. 773.
So Comet D.
But see, that top one's wrong now.
One at a time. Hold on.
All right. 38.6 plus 773. That's why I'm getting so confused, because I've got all these different amounts.
What position is it?
This is the court reporter 103.1. 103.101 on page 2.
I have written down 39.6 364,
And that's what I had written down.
but it actually, when I just did the math, it's 39,273. It's actually less.
Right, that's what I'm saying, it's all over the place. And I will say, I thought when we met that you guys considered courts part of public safety, and one of the things you said, we're gonna work on public safety, we're gonna do that and the other,
Well,
and
some of us
yes.
do.
And so when we brought in mid-external, that's what we wanted to do, was to be included with public safety. And that's what the judges had said to me, and that's what they keep saying to me, that we are part of that group. I'm really frustrated because we keep doing the same thing every year. We look at the money we have, we cut, we do this, we do that, we do the other, and then you ask us to come back with, do all this extra work, come back with all these ideas, do all this, and nothing changes. I spend so much time preparing budgets, getting things ready, above and beyond my job, as we all do, and then nothing changes year to year. We're in the same spot every year. And we tell you these opportunities for revenue, which I have no control over any opportunities for revenue. I don't have it. I don't have access to it. And I feel like we come to the same spot every year. Well, we don't have the money. We only have so much money. This is where we're at. And here we are again. And I've shown you our competition. The job salary says what we should be paying people. And we're doing an internal salary leveling, which does not help us in trying to hire people and retaining people. And that's where my frustration comes in, is we have told you this is not going to help us. We're gonna end up in such a horrible circumstance in all these offices. We will not, except for the ones that are getting the mid-external, because that's where they need to be. I just don't understand why we keep coming back to this.
Can we verify the longevity of 773 for both 102 and 103?
They're both 773, 102 and 103.
Right, so if that's the case, we go with the first one, a Comet C, starts at 37.5 plus the 773, line 102 should be 38,273.
Well, that depends on what we're doing with the courts in general, right?
Right, but this is just the assuming we are at that level, because that's how I'm not sure where that number came from. Because it's not the Comet C that we've been using for everyone else. Unless because we don't have a Comet midpoint standby. Comet A. All right. Comet midpoint. Say 36. A.
36.
Yeah. For B, 38. B is 40. And D is 43. All All right, well, we've got those numbers now, so,
Can you repeat those again, please?
yeah, so A 36, B 38, C 40, D 43. All right, so back to those two salaries. So for now, assuming we're at level, right now it's just more of an exercise to see where we end up. So nothing today is final. I think this 38,273, and then that second one is 39,273.
First one is what again, please? 38.
38,273.
I hear you in saying this is not final, but you've already made other ones at the mid-external. And so it just makes us feel like, oh, well, they're gonna go with this. If they're too close or over, then this is how it's gonna end up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why we're up here saying these things. This is why you're gonna hear lots of people get up here and say this, because it is gonna be final. And I will tell you, people are gonna walk. I mean, it's just what it is. When they can go work for somewhere else for what I showed you in a neighboring county. So,
And then also would make that 105 Comet C at 37.5.
so can we look at the master commissioners, because it does not reflect his real hours. Yeah. 24, 48 times.
Good. I get ready to write you notes so I wouldn't get lost. We're back on page 2. Back to Title 4D court. That's questions on how those numbers, like the variation in those salaries. Um, and so in doing that, updated line 102. That salary to 38,273. Line 103 to 39,273. And that court assist 105, line 105 for 37.5. Match the comment fee that we're using it. And now she's inquiring about master commission. She's stating that they work more than what the building's open. The master commissioner, she's stating, worked more than what the building's open.
They're on call every other weekend. They take turns. The juvenile magistrate and the master commissioner take turns every other weekend, 24 hours. They have 48 hours extra each month, actually. They have 48 hours every month extra. No. They have 96 hours extra every month. They have 1,100 extra hours each month, or each year, at least, on there. 1,690. That makes them about
Does
28.
half in this budget and half in another budget?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And so that's a 90-something thousand dollar total?
93,100. Where it stands now. And who is a judicial officer, and where you've got the prosecutors at, he's making less, who has been here. And that's what they keep saying, you know?
Okay, so what would that actual hourly rate, like the annual work hours be? So he's already doing the
So
1690.
1690, and then he has 48 hours twice a month. And so times 12 months, he has an additional 1,152 hours a year additional. Yeah. So total would be 2842 hours a year.
What was the number you came up with?
2842
Yep.
is it what I have.
22.
I want to ask a question. When a person becomes a master commissioner, do they know what is required of that position prior to taking on that position?
Yes.
So they know the pay, they know the hours.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. Pay increases just aren't happening. Like last year, they said no because we were going to try and get it paid through the state, and the state has since, if you remember during our presentation, the state is saying no to any new magistrate. So that's why we didn't get the raise for him last year.
Yeah, I mean, looking at those hours, that takes them down to like, for the midpoint, $16.38 an hour.
What's the ask?
What's requested, I'm assuming?
53 on this one and 53 on another?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 65. Pleasure of the council.
Where did the 46,561 come from? Does anybody remember?
That was on that sheet, but I don't even know how they got to that, because if it's paid out of half, it's not really representative of this. It's
They
under-
told me, I asked them specifically what is this number, and they said it's half.
Oh, okay.
They just divided the salary by half.
Divided the salary by half, because that's how we had it in our budget.
Okay.
Roughly a 10% increase.
What is it, Bill?
53.
46,561.
Yeah, but you know,
Roughly
Emily,
a
how we got to the
10% increase over their current salary.
561.
Oh,
We went with the external high on him because of we went external high on him. Yeah, because of the pay on being a judicial officer compared to attorneys, what they're getting paid. Literally why we did it. We didn't,
how long have they been here?
Tim's been here since, I can get you a date, 2006. I think 10 years probably, at least 10 years.
The 40, that what Mr. Hughes said sounds more familiar, that we came up with that 46,561 through.
That is what you put him at, yes.
Which is the external midpoint.
Yes.
So we'll keep that in mind.
We're leaving it at 46,561 for now.
The midpoint. Go back to court. Page 16. All right, so these. Oh, here's that other master strike it. All right, so assistant court reporter 106, comment C. Do any of these have longevity?
That's what I'm getting ready to give you.
Okay,
That's what I was looking for.
start there before we.
113,
Okay.
I was checking my book comparably. It's got $269.
Okay.
132, 516.
Okay.
133, 255.
Okay.
141, 269.
Okay.
145, 269.
Okay.
I did have built-in longevity, but I took it out when I got my raise, so I don't have it anymore. I just took it out. So I don't know if that needs updated in Pam in your stuff. Okay, yeah, we got rid of mine. So that's all the ones in the county.
That.
Yeah.
So. Start at the top, so assistant court reporter 106, the comment C.
Before we get line by line, I have a question on your.
Yep.
On your menu.
Yeah.
Shows reports that at level, the salaries are less than they are this year. This year, they're 2,244,835. At level, it's 2,228,270.
That may not be figuring in that longevity. Well, that's not that much. Let me go look.
Then it shows salary at midpoint, 2,316,119. So from my perspective,
we're missing, there's a probation case manager and assistant court reporter that don't have a level or any
Right,
fund, but they're listed in the 24 and 25
we're
numbers.
missing those two salaries.
A little bit of that's about $77,000, right?
so on top of the either level or midpoint amount, you would add another 87,000,
77.
77,000.
Mm-hmm.
So at the midpoint, it would be 2,316,119
Plus those two other,
plus 77,000.
2.39.
let's, those two salaries that we can't locate.
162 and 166.
162 is not in the job descriptions. That's the one they did not do. And 166, wait, 162, 166?
Jump
165.
coordinator.
165, that was changed to
no,
assistant court reporter.
66, sorry, he's right, 66.
166 is in there.
Where?
I found it.
What's its, level classification?
I don't know because I didn't put that. I just went on there and found it, and I don't have mine with me. Hold on just a second. But I didn't give what they should have. We went lower on her. We did not agree with her increase. Knowing what she did, we did not agree with that increase. That's why you're probably not finding it.
I'm on their file. I'm looking at within,
Hold on, I'm looking. Let's see, she's probably gonna be in a pass.
Or
What's
jump.
her,
On page 17.
no, in the
In
study.
the study.
didn't bring my job descriptions, I would have had that.
Matt and I have both kind of scoured looking for it.
Would it have been?
Oh, it's under employment and education services, Pat C, under probation. Employment Education Services Coordinator, they changed it from jump to that. And so, internal base is $27.35 per hour.
46.
And then what about the probation case manager?
That's
That's
the
the
one they
one that's
did not
missing.
give me a job description for. But we
Is it a
said,
support staff type person? What is?
not, remember we talked about this, she's an actual case manager and we compared her to other case managers, but I can't remember where we put, I don't have my job descriptions with me.
Case managers in our courts or case managers
In other departments. Let me see if I can find it.
oh, community corrections?
Possibly, yes. That might
Okay,
have been
so
what
they're
it was.
about, there's whole B roughly.
I think that was it.
Whole B, William whole B, C and B.
Yes, that's exactly where we had them at.
What did we make?
The level is only 30. So, maybe S or CP,
William Pohl.
this is the mid.
Sorry, we don't have it. Or did a.
So, in the job study, civilian poll B, the jail corporals are baseline at 42,240. The community corrections folks are baseline at they only work
42,700.
1690, so it's 34,3. So it's a $20.31 per hour. Is this a 1690 or 2080?
1690.
So the level number is only 34,683. Or I'm sorry, that's below. 34,320 is actually what it is.
Which
And
we're already
the
paying,
midpoint was
we're already
30.
paying them 42.
Yeah, the midpoint
Yeah,
was
so she's frozen then.
38,537.
What was the level again? Sorry, that is 34.
320. Or no, the midpoint is 38,537. 79 is where we're at.
would be.
So last year about the jump coordinator.
Yeah.
I kind of had a beef about, the fact that we're gonna be paying for that. There was discussion, I think, at that time about trying to get grant or trying to find some other method of paying for that role. Has anything transpired?
Don't, you talked to the mayor, right?
Yeah, I mean, we do receive, significant partial funding from the city, for that position. And that's can't remember if that was a 3-year or a 5-year commitment off the top of my head. I have to go back and look at the records, but, that cost is not entirely borne by the county.
He wasn't. I think it's
35,
50%
yeah.
is what they pay
I
of it.
don't remember.
We think it was 50/50, but I don't know for sure. We'd have to look it up. Or it's 50,000. Remember? Maybe they paid 50,000 towards the I remember 50 being part of it.
was up to a certain amount.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
I guess the question is, from council, do we want to include them like at the mid with the public safety in mind and then include them in the 1% drop? We need to start reducing that.
Just like last year, I made a note. Coordinator, they had a match up to $1,000 for 5 years. So it was a certain amount. Okay, so it's up to 30 for 5 years. They're covering 30,000. We cover the other side. Thank you, Tanya.
Well, I've stated my preference would be to put them at the midpoint and treat them as part of public safety.
The jump,
No, court. That has been.
okay, these are not mid.
But that would also, in my thinking, include the master commissioner at that midpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Only ask. What's this?
I would agree with that. Okay, well, let's start. Well, gentlemen, decide. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So going mid here, Comet fee is 40. Yeah.
Don't have.
No, we're going to, yeah, 106. 107, so
46.
46, 551, yep.
551 or 516.
46,
561.
561. So Comet fee is 40. Would be 40. We have taking term.
I think that has the built-in longevity.
So I was going to look at is at 113,
Yes, it has the built-in longevity.
40, 269.
269.
Well, again, back to our,
We're going to the level plus the longevity. The line 40.
Assistant court reporters are, okay, they're comment fee.
Mm-hmm. So it's 40 all the way down.
Now, remember, juvenile magistrate stays the same.
Okay.
'Cause that's just our portion that we pay. The state gives her raises.
Probation, right?
Yeah.
You don't get to do anything with
Don't do anything
probation
with those. Those are
officers.
mandated.
Court administrator, you're not changing.
I didn't change.
Write down that you're
Court
frozen.
reporter is I don't know, their comment D maybe?
Your executive fee
42.5.
and comment D. I rounded up.
And my hours are not correct.
No, did I? 42.5.
Does that matter? Are we gonna worry about that?
No,
So say that again,
My hours are not correct on there. I do not work 32.5 hours a week.
We're not, I mean,
on the study?
Yeah,
Oh,
because we talked about,
you're an exempt employee anyway, aren't you?
I am, but it still makes my hourly rate wrong.
we're not worried about it. I mean, we'll
The
make
job
it, yeah.
description won't list that. It'll
No.
list-
Right, so.
What's the comment for the court report? What's that amount?
Comment D, 42,500.
Okay, so I just went with okay.
Where are we? 132 is 42.5.
Is,
Wait, do we have any-
132 is
132 has
42.5
built in.
plus.
Plus 516.
Yep. So 43,016.
4301s.
And then the next one, we'll have it too.
But less.
Yeah, 255.
$42,750.
Yep.
Comment A. 6.
So comment A,
So these are,
30,
but they already make more.
so it's frozen.
Yeah, and I just want to note the reason why they're getting less this year, that did have longevity built in. The probation support staff 135, so that's why it's gone down.
Okay. Wait, so
But
then,
it's 36.3, isn't it?
No,
it's not actually frozen then, so wouldn't it be the 3,600?
well, no, they currently make 36,289 now.
Oh, they do, so
It
it's frozen.
changed last
Okay,
year,
I
but
gotcha.
that's why it's lower.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So frozen. All right.
So hang on, 135 probation support staff is what?
36,289, that's their current pay.
That one was listed in 24 as 36,558.
Right, but that person retired between last budget and this year, so that's why it's different.
good call.
Comment A,
And amount should be,
36. Is it
30.
36 or
How about 30 even more than that?
36,300?
He's just saying, aren't you get them like,
Oh,
No, hold on. 36,300 was comment D at
Yeah.
the level. This is comment
I'm
A
A,
at the midpoint.
right. Right, that's why I didn't change it.
All right, so then back to comment C's 40. Now we have, pre-trial screening analyst, number 140. The comment C, there was just a significantly higher request.
So same as their case manager, so they're probation officers without the certification, they have caseloads. Our case managers and our pretrial screening analysts. So she's already making 36.2. We put our other case manager at 42. We gave them both 10% increases, that's where we came with the 45, because we didn't have anything to go off of. Pretrial screening analyst was not given to us in a job description, along with the juvenile case manager, so we are flying blind.
So, leave it at C. You're saying that the job description is more in line with the probation case manager, which is 41.
They both have caseloads, they both see clients, They just don't have the certification as a probation officer, but they both have caseloads, they both,
And
one
that-
does all pretrial, the other one does juvenile. It's just case management work. I know we said we compared them to DCCC case management because that's the only thing I could think of, but the one's already being paid 42 and this one's being paid 36, so we didn't really know how to go about where to come up with it, We know, we put it the same on here, but you've got the one now at what? Talked about the civilian pool, which was lower.
Yeah.
So I just don't know where to go with it.
I mean, the easiest point is to leave it at 40. If that's not match.
Where's the juvenile probation? Where's the probation case manager? Oh, yeah. Sorry, our other case manager's at 41,079. Yes. Current. So 40 is, I mean, if you want to go 40 on that and make it match your assistant court reporter, which is what it did before, that.
Okay.
That what you want to do?
I think for now I'm gonna highlight it, but
Yeah.
Not making a decision, just highlighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
At
going with
40.
40.
at
40 for now, okay.
This one, next one, 141 has, longevity.
Yes, 269.
So 40, 269.
That last, it says that we currently already have that exact same, job.
no, she's saying it was comparable to the probation case manager, which is at 41,079.
Right,
Which
right.
is, they were already making that, so
So we just said go 40 on that.
the person is getting a bump,
Yes.
Okay, so 141 is 4269.
Mhm.
142 is 40. It looks like 145 has longevity, or what
Yeah,
did?
145 has 269.
40.
One forty-
145,
That was 140,
145, yeah. 146 is 40.
40, and then
147 stays.
They're all mandated.
Well, probation support staff stays that's what they're currently making. I know it shows less last year, but we added that in this year to match the other probation support staff. We already did that in 24. Yeah,
Okay.
that one stays.
So then we're into mandated.
Yeah.
We're all mandated. We've got that 162 is frozen, another mandate. Now we're down to 165. Comment C, 40.
Wait, yeah, 165, that's the one that changed. Okay, you got that at 40. Thank you.
Jump coordinator, we just had that conversation.
What was that final number?
listed at 46,420.
What was it on the job study? It was more than that, wasn't it?
Mm,
That's why I want to make sure that we went.
it was the internal base. Again, I mean, I changed the title, so I don't remember what they had, education.
Well, because it goes by both.
The internal base was 46,225.
Okay.
And
The midpoint,
We did not go with the midpoint on that one. We felt it was too high.
50.
Yeah, we did not agree with that. We thought that 46.4 was more reasonable,
420.
which is closer to internal.
Probation officers mandated, court reporter.
Rebecca, just throwing the jump coordinator, we're going with 46,420 or 46,225?
46, 4. What they requested. Which was less. In the mid.
Court reporter,
Court reporter would be the 40.
25.
Court reporter is what? 40.
42.5.
25. Thank you.
assistant for the
30, 40.
Probationers, last one, comment A is,
probation officer assistant,
I'm pretty sure we went mid-external on her as well.
36,
289. That's what she
Oh,
makes.
no.
take pay.
36. Oh, so it'd just be frozen.
Did they have her in comment C?
A,
Okay. That's weird. Oh, that's the one that I told you I didn't agree with because she's not just support staff.
I thought that was the other one.
No. What other one?
I thought you were saying, okay,
She's above support staff. Mm-mm. No, she's not. She's a probation officer assistant. Doing more of the administration and all that above the. So you have two full-time, well, sorry, she was support staff, we changed her to this year, remember, it came and added into her salary?
mm-hmm,
She does above and beyond just going to the front desk, taking payments, taking care of the reception. She does a lot more administrative above them, oversees that, manages the front office and all of that. So that's why we put her above. What's her current pay, 40?
current pay is 36.
289.
That's the base.
289.
But there's 4711 being paid out of user fees. So if you add that in, that makes it the 42,
Which is what you requested.
which is what I requested. We did not give her increase from last year this to 25, from 24 to 25. We just put it into this side rather than taking out of user fees. It's in both budgets at this point.
Remember that now?
That makes,
190.
this is
So
194. Yes,
I have a note to change that station up.
correct. Yes, that is correct. So that it doesn't change her what she's currently making. It's just the extra additional part of her salary is currently in user fees from 24. We'd like to put it over here, but if not, it's in the other budget as well.
Pleasure of the council.
Prosecutor or adult user, adult probation user fees.
Yes. It's 5911, sorry. I was like, I don't think that's the right amount.
Says 5711.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Probably what we needed for the year.
Um,
It'd be probably just right underneath.
we're leaving it here now, adjust later if we need to.
Which is user.
I mean, I'll just leave it, I just have it as frozen, so I'll just leave it like that for now. Make a note, everyone make a note to come back to it.
3289 then?
No, 42. I say we leave it in the user fees. Back to like the whole.
All right,
What do you wanna do?
I'm just gonna leave it frozen for now. 30,
40.
yes,
You're gonna leave it frozen at 36 and the other will come out of probation fees?
Correct.
yeah, for right now.
Yeah,
I say
5711. I'm off by a couple.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. That's all of those salaries.
Wait, so you're leaving it at 42 for now or no?
Leaving it at 36,
Okay.
289.
For now,
All right, so let me mark that.
currently frozen.
So it'll have to stay out of your user fee.
Other. Would you be opposed if we took a break from you for just a second and we hop over to Board of Health real quick? 'Cause I know Jamie's got some other things going on today, and then we'll come back. Give you a break. Guys, on this. No,
Courts. Courts only.
do you have
2945, 294.
got 2949402? What is,
Did you change?
no, what was the number that you had again? 29,
45,
4.
29.
$4,108.
I wrote them, bud.
We'll figure out where we're off at
Yeah.
4108. That's kind of a random number. So, all right, we'll come back.
I'd like to just, stop a second. We talked about equipment, talked about 70 chairs. It seems like we've had some additional conversation in regards to that. Emily?
Your equipment, the 536 line, which I have 9240, is that still a good number? There's not as many chairs as you originally wanted. I think that is correct.
It was A, yeah. This size. Well. No. It's this way. We don't have.
So your number on
we don't have
that
to
is,
fit all 5 floors.
9240 is still a good number, and that you know of at this point.
I took
Is that what you?
minus my end.
Okay,
It's 36,
she's
355.
correct.
Hey, yes. Did you make the change on 162-101, the probation case manager, to leave that as frozen? Fine, because that is a different courthouse. Which one? Which line? The
It
162-101?
ends up being 36,
I have it frozen.
41079.
taking the 9240 off the
45-187.
No, frozen at
41.
41079.
That'll probably do it.
I have 79.
Emily, at one point in
All
time, you
right, we're
talked to
good.
us,
Thank you.
you talked to us about, $23,300 chairs. Now, your full request is 45,000.
There's other stuff in that.
There's other stuff.
So of the 23,300,
So right now, my full request is 30.
And it started out at 45,
Right.
595, and you got it down to 36, 355.
Consider replacement.
All right, we'll come back to Emily.
Yeah,
What
we
we're,
can
yeah. So
I
Board
can
of
do that
Health,
easy.
yep, Board of Health, page 43. I make sure we're mindful of Jamie's time real quick too.
Who's this guy?
What's this guy?
Haven't seen much. Is he trying to spend money?
So I think some of our question, we were talking about at lunch today when I was messaging you, was we just don't have like classifications for some of these roles, and just making sure, like, we want to make sure the salaries are on par. I know this falls outside of county general, but it does play into the max levy.
1159 does, well, 1161 playing into that too?
No, correct, Elizabeth? The only Board of Health falls into max levy, just this 1159.
Not 1161, the new money.
Now, are these salaries all pretty on par with what the other folks are being paid in the other account? Or,
Are you referring to 1159 versus 1161?
yeah, I think so.
So 1159 has all of our employees that were in place prior to receiving the HFI money.
Okay,
And it's, the salaries listed there are the salaries that we left off with in 2023. We put them in the 2024 budget. The raises to those salaries are in HFI.
okay,
So if there's a like position that's in 1159 and in 1161, the salaries would be the same.
okay,
That makes sense?
yeah. In that case, are we good with what was requested?
In 1159? Yeah,
Yes,
I'm just gonna,
no, we still didn't though, did we tie off classification? We can do that at a later.
yeah, we can do that later, so. Okay,
The positions in 1159, are you referring to the classifications in the salary study?
yeah,
I think they're in there. I mean, those, all of our positions should show up, with the exception of the most important one, health officer doesn't show up in that salary study. There's a job description for it that was provided, but I couldn't find it in the,
yeah,
um, in those classifications.
Okay.
But everything listed there in classifications should be in the, or,
So,
excuse
like,
me, everything in 1159 is in the classifications.
Okay. So like 104 is a environmental specialist, 105 is an environmental health specialist, 109 is an environmental position, and then 111 is one environmental specialist. Like they're probably all listed in here as one thing, and that's maybe why there's confusion. So
Yeah,
we can go
under,
through all that.
in the
later.
classifications, they're in there as environmental health specialist, which is the actual title. I think the wording in the local budget is just what's been carried over year after year, and different years it was entered in different ways,
Okay.
I assume.
So they all should have the word health in them, environmental health.
yeah, the health officer was in special occupations, but they didn't have the 2024 salary, correct? They used the 2023 salary. They didn't,
They used 2023 on all of our salaries.
so it's really not so much use.
And you guys have all heard me gripe on that. That's actually a topic of discussion at the Health Department Managers Association meeting next month, because we're not the only county with that concern. Other counties undergoing similar processes have cited similar problems.
okay,
And their attempts at getting some of the background numbers, getting any kind of calculations that were made have all, same as us, no answers, ask your HR. But I find that highly problematic that if they have our numbers wrong, I think the comparisons that they made were all wrong as well.
yeah,
And using, I'll use the exec C because that's where I'm at and it's a small group. There's 5 of us in there. It shows Emily brought up a good point. The hours listed, 1690 versus 2080, and we're a 32.5 hour county. But as exempt employees, we don't work 32.5 hours. So I don't see why external, mid, any of those things would have been calculated based on those hours when we work more hours.
sure,
I think that should be taken into account on every exempt employee. But under, one thing I wanted to draw your attention to, those environmental health specialist positions, I don't know, I've said it before, and I am hopeful that every member of our council is fully aware of how these numbers came to be in the salary study. That any one of you could define what external midpoint, external high, how those numbers came to be. But external high for a environmental health specialist is showing like 54,000. Hancock County pays 62,000 for that same position, doing less work. So I don't see how our study shows an external high at 54 when we know the external high is at least 62. Now, maybe there's more to that. Maybe it's not as simple as it sounds, just external high salary.
I think it's external high for the counties they have the data on, so I don't think it's every single county in the state.
And I'm gonna guess Hancock was there, and I'm gonna guess they used 2023 Hancock salaries in coming up with this 54,000.
Yeah,
So, to me, and I know it's only to me, this entire salary study for every single department in the county should be thrown out or just considered a reference tool to look back on, because we can't rely on these numbers.
yeah, and that's what we were saying earlier this morning. I mean, Matt made the comment that it's not like the Bible, it's more like a guiding tool. And so there's, I mean, we've been kind of throughout the day, redefining what some of these base salaries are for some of these positions, so we are mindful of that.
Fair enough, thank you.
Yep,
Ultimately, there will be a committee, a Human Resources Committee, that will be reviewing this continuously and making corrections and changes as
we can find them.
It's a living process,
it's
it's not finite.
We know there are errors.
I think that will be appreciated by all departments then.
And then I think I asked you this a couple weeks ago, but your board approved all of these budgets before they were submitted to us, right?
Correct.
So there have been other eyes on these budgets besides us. Do you have any other questions for any of the other, I mean, all the other budgets that Jamie has falls outside of county general. I don't know that I have any additional concerns or questions, you guys?
I'm not sure any money.
He's got buku. All right, I
Well,
think,
I guess, well,
go ahead.
Let me have it, Matt.
no, it's okay.
I know.
Set it loose.
Save it for another.
You want to make sure we have like the job descriptions for everything too, just since Matt and I weren't able to find things that I want to make sure we have things
All
on
right, I'll ask my
file, so,
question.
okay.
I know you don't want to take the positions out, but what if we took insurance and or FICA perf and put it in the new fund for all the existing employees? So their full amounts are there, or are they already in there? So if you're splitting this, if you're adding their bonus to the 1161, can we just take all of FICA and all of perf and put it in there too?
So it's calculated right now so that the FICA and perf that's in 1159 should match up roughly with the salaries that are in 1159. Are you saying just pull that amount and add it over to 1161?
We wouldn't take the positions out, but we would take the supplemental costs, and that would probably go a long way to essentially, I mean, let's see, what's the numbers here? So you're looking at probably, if you added health insurance, that's $195,000.
Matt, I will say that my curve is out. But none of the rest. That's why you'll see little amounts like for they have way in that fund and they have
Yeah,
so
but I thought we had somewhere FICA and perf were being covered by a different fund for employees in county general,
general,
right? Oh, okay,
not general, starts with 1159, not
Different
1,000.
fund.
thanks.
It plays into the max levy.
The health
So are you saying that that's not, it can't be done?
Correct.
It cannot be done?
I don't.
That's not the question, right?
You're taking one out of all of them and doing that with it, and it just throws everything off. And I mean, I wish, in all honesty, I wish all the benefits match with all the salaries and
Agreed.
I mean,
Do we know, actually that came up earlier and I didn't have an answer, other than that's how it's been since I've been here. But like, why is FICA and perf all bundled up in the commissioner's budget, not broken out by?
so
Okay,
That we know. Why is that?
why is
Not at the budget, not at the department level.
our I wish I mean, I wish
We'll work on breaking it out next year.
like I would love if all the match all employees. Whatever fund has the employee salary amount, even the people that split, like I wish their health benefits and stuff, life, whatever. I wish all that was even
Followed the
Steven
employee.
with the fund. You know
yeah,
what I mean? So if they're getting 50 this fund, I wish the FICA, et cetera, that fund. You know what I'm saying? Like, every, it would. So it's
now that we have our
in all of.
Yeah, I would say they do it all.
Is there any benefit to this 1159 fund being less or more? Another Mac piece.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll go, if it was less, it'd let us use max
More.
levy for something else.
we could use more in general or anything that falls in the max levy, right? That's it though.
I'm sure Jamie's sick of hearing me saying that, but like, okay, so maybe we could do, if I get perfect, we could take every other operational piece out and put it in 1161, so that's about 127 grand of supplies and whatever. I mean, we could go find it, put it back if we had to, but you know you're not gonna need it, so.
Is there a minimum that we have to do for you to get your max amount for
We're well
your-
above that, it's like 500 something, right?
That's 545 roughly, I think is what the
We're at like
required
eight.
match is.
Yeah,
545, 527.
Yeah.
But there was some incentive to keep the
it is.
budget at exactly 840, 862.
There wasn't a benefit, he wanted to keep that in case the money disappeared tomorrow, correct me if I'm wrong. And we would have to refund that, he didn't wanna take it all out and then us having to go find 800 grand. Wrong, right?
Basically, yeah, I've been taught over the years to protect our amount, because once it goes from a health department, it does not come back. I've been told that by I don't know how many counties, because it gets reallocated. You guys would take my 110 or 300,000 that you're eligible to take, and you're gonna hand it out to other things you feel are important. And next spring, if the legislature cuts the HFI funding, I either have to shift everything and steal money from public health programs we're trying to start to cover our operations, or you have to go back and steal it from another
General.
department
Yeah.
to give it back to me.
Now but it wouldn't be exactly true the next year, because you're probably gonna have a balance in that 1161, I'm sure that could be used again, right? So you'll have a little bit of leeway time-wise, theoretically.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Theoretically.
I'm not trying to argue your point, you're right, but
Well, let's leave Jamie alone for now.
I want to throw out one point.
back
Anything
to that
that shifts,
127 grand later.
if we shift something else from 1159 to 1161, you're right, we could absorb it.
Yeah.
But the money in 1161 is public health program. I met this morning trying to help start up additional mental health programs, addiction recovery. We have programs, I have a meeting next week with Ball State, IU Health, Meridian, and Open Door to try to come up with broad public health initiatives. We have the list I've given you guys before of all the other programs. That money doesn't just go from 1159 to 1161. That money comes from those programs. That's what would happen.
Yeah, I just meant if they cut it and said no more, they're gonna have to let you use that money for whatever, you know, at some, but a whole other story, but yeah, I got you. So for,
All right, we're gonna leave Jamie alone now.
why?
That's fine.
All right.
You want to arm wrestle over it, Matt? We can just do that.
Could use a little exercise right now. Ah.
All right.
Okay. I
Thank
think
you guys,
we're
and
good
thanks
with all
for
of-
getting
thank
me,
you for
working me in,
coming.
and
Thank
thank
you,
you
Jamie.
for whoever I cut in line.
It's more like gave him a break from to sit down. All right, Courts, we're back to you. What's your next fund?
Well, can I come back to mine just real quickly?
To the court, to playing court?
Yeah,
Regular
to the
courts?
court.
Me too.
And I didn't ask for more because I thought my mid was it,
Yeah.
but if you go with 40-hour work week, it does not. I'm just saying. And he had a question about,
Oh, yes, the equipment.
let me get you that. Hold on.
I have the break,
Did you write it down for?
yeah, that you gave us. Yep, it was 7.5 computers, scanners, plus Microsoft, $330 chair, 14 times 5 cords, 70 chairs. And that came $23,100. That's like all the notes I made. Then they reduced it to 3 courts.
Yep.
Instead of 5 courts, and took the total down to 35.
Yeah. So what's left is just computers and scanners and then 3 courts worth of chairs
Plus my,
for the computers, yep. And that gives me, for this year, I have to replace 7 laptops, 1.5 computers, and 18 Microsoft Office suites.
18.
18 Microsoft Office, yep.
what's the half of it?
Because half comes out
Monitor only.
Half comes out for other,
Oh, okay.
at 40.
Oh, okay.
So there's a 1.5 in that one too, or there's a half and 1 in that one too.
Buy that.
Yeah.
What were you saying before about the 2080?
My hours are actually 40 hours a week, not 32.5, but they
Oh,
said they
In
wouldn't.
here, they put it at 16.
Right, so my hourly rate, that does not give you an actual number for what my mid-external should be. And that's what I went with because they said, well, you have to go with your business hours, not your hours worked. Well, my hours I work. So I'm just letting you know,
Okay.
because you took that into consideration with other positions, so that's what I'm saying to you. Any other questions on,
It's imperfect science.
I know it's not.
All right, what's our, yeah. No, I think,
On
already
court.
come to a conclusion on the court.
yeah, but
For now.
So what's your next budget, Emily?
Probably CASA would be the only one I have left, I believe. Or probation user fees, whichever comes first, but I don't know what comes first.
Thirty-three is come.
Are you
33, page 33 cost.
None of these employees have built-in longevity. This is the one that has the exempt currently and won't be, that's why we put her pay at the FLSA minimum amount, the program director, which is 101. So, don't know what you're doing with that yet.
I already had the 58,656.
So the, Pat D midpoint,
the last time we visited this, we got the
53,
volunteer
155.
coordinators and the staff advocate coordinator at 43,693.
Right.
but the midpoint there, 53, 150.
I've got a note, program director, 53, 154.
Yeah, so let's just call it 53, 100 as the midpoint currently.
The program director, the 101.
That's a Pat D,
What did you make that?
53, 100. At A, midpoint is,
We didn't do the levels either.
or not, for them anyway.
What'd you say? 43.7?
43, 700, midpoint A, at B. Right, we have this,
Hour at 45.
7, 5. And 5,700.
I don't have Pat.
Yeah, that's okay. We're just jotting them down on a chart so we can keep track.
Yeah, so then what are we gonna do with Pat D?
FD, I had 53,100.
All right, so if that's the case, Pat D. Still 53,100, then there's overtime.
We don't have overtime in the budget, so we'll have to add that in. We'll have to pay her out each year. If we don't put her at the 58, which will be more than the 58.
Right.
Yeah,
Sorry, so, catch, one more time.
So I'd already had her down at the 58 to meet that FLSA threshold.
Okay.
So what Emily was saying, that if we went with that 53.1, then she would get overtime. There's not overtime in this budget,
No,
so we'd
I
have
would-
to add
yeah.
it. So we're
I mean,
better off.
she would get comp time, but she wouldn't have enough. We'd have to pay out the comp time every year because she'd go well over the 70 minimum that you can keep.
Are we in agreement? We'll keep her at the,
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I thought that-
FLSA?
yeah, we kept it that way for a reason, I couldn't remember why.
Okay. And then volunteer coordinator, Pat A.
We put them in the same category at the 43.7. Well, what you have now at 43.7, because we weren't sure with the job study, but we put them both. I think whatever the 43.7 was.
Yeah, that's the midpoint.
Yeah.
Pat B, midpoint, be the 47.5.
But I went in the 43.7 midpoint.
Oh, you want both? You want it
Yeah,
there?
yeah. I
Okay.
remember we discussed the job descriptions were incorrect,
But really both their equivalent.
but they're equivalent to each other, but we weren't sure what to put in
Okay.
budget.
So I'm gonna make her a Pat A.
They should both be the same pat, whatever the 43.7 is.
Pat A.
Pat A,
Okay.
yes.
Got it. Okay. Covers those.
How about
That's a new position.
the new position, yeah, I just realized that.
Yeah.
And you had professional service for attorneys this year.
We did already reduce that by 20.
I was gonna say, and I see at the end of my notes here, you
Yeah.
some of that off.
We need to go over the comic, or the, cost of grant.
What's the next page?
What's your total?
Oh. All right, 359,504.
Did we leave the new position?
We haven't put any new positions in yet. We haven't discussed any new positions at all.
I thought it should be a lot less than.
Oh, you're right.
What's that?
Leave that aware.
Green, the last one, new position. You, for line 107. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Zeros, right?
$321. $298.
321, 298. Thanks, Bill.
The rest of the cost is grant. I mean, she has the one side that doesn't have any salary in it.
Yeah.
And then the rest are grants that have employees in it that are the salaries are determined by the grant.
Yeah, so I think we're good there.
So do you want to go to probation user fee side?
Do that. What page is probation user fees?
Could we readjust the, perf and FICA out hires?
Right.
to-
Let me take a look.
I had an adjustment from last time, but I don't know if it's still right.
Yeah, stand by.
Probably not, because it probably didn't include that new employee. Or it did include the new
Yes, I
employee at that
understand.
point.
Or, oh yeah, they add the part on.
And there's longevity too that you have to include for that too.
Stand by. Cause longevity is only the FICA, right? Or is it the first two?
I think it's both.
To both. Okay, so not including the new employee, but including part-time and longevity. That would make FICA $14,006. For 2505.
20,500.
Yeah.
Would you say your total was?
316, 321.
310, 29. 316, 329. Okay, done. Probation user fees we're going to. Page 67.
So the 147, 101 is on the court side. You just put it in there if you want to reduce that to 0. But the 5711, that's the one that has to stay on this side. The
I'm sorry.
194.
Start again. What was the first one?
All right, so 147.
Yep.
You put all of that into the other side.
Okay.
We can reduce that to 0.
Okay.
The 194,
Left in there.
we need to leave in there, yes. That's the side that needs to stay. sure Jeff has other things.
He does.
I think he emailed to you.
He wanted us to move something out of here.
Yeah, so, kind of going off the conversation at the last budget hearings, we, in developing the probation budget for this year, with Emily, the thought became, instead of, coming up here every year and even throughout the year asking for certain appropriations for different things, to make the department more self-sufficient, in terms of being able to carry out the core mission that we have in our statutory role. The probation user fees, obviously, we collect, throughout the year from individuals, and then use that during this time to appropriate certain line items. Some of that statutory, especially as it relates to salaries and probation services. It's kind of broadly defined. Our operational budget, or as I like to call the paperclip budget. We also fund benefits as well, and have for quite a long time. And I believe, like right now, we have a good opportunity to have sort of a paradigm shift on how we do that. And obviously, I think Mr. Mokel brought it up at the last time. He said, "Well, it's your user fee account. You could use it how you want, and so forth." And we could do that. We could just start, appropriating certain services out of that, and potentially run that user fee. We like to keep a balance in there of approximately a year's worth, just in case there's, a catastrophe with the economy or something like that, a little bit of cushion, insurance, if you will. But, we want to work, from the judicial branch perspective, the probation part, work with the other branches of government to kind of come up with a plan to take those benefit costs, maybe as a start. Mr. Hughes mentioned that last week, how much, and I said $100,000 that would be taken off the burden of the user fee account that we could then utilize for probation services. There's been a lot of talk this budget cycle about public safety issues. That's a multifaceted solution. That involves law enforcement, involves corrections, involves probation, and involves, Jamie Bain was up here, there's a public health component, there's an education piece, there's awareness. So there's lots of dimensions to public safety. And, obviously we're a part of that. We want to be a part of that. The community is a big part of that. And, we have a lot of relationships with different organizations, different people in the community that really want to improve things here. And we want to be able to help them. And if the council would see fit to take some of that burden of the benefits that we appropriate our user fees, so we can then utilize that to, make our community safer, better for everybody, that would be, I think that's the primary role of government, quite honestly. And that would be the request this year. So, that may need to, the mechanisms to do that. Emily did 2 budgets, one with us appropriating as we historically have for that. And then if perhaps we need to come back in January and do a transfer and appropriation and so forth. We could do that, whatever it takes, but that is, in a broadest sense, the request from the probation department as it relates to user fees for the 2025 budget.
Just rereading your email.
Yeah,
So I'm listening. But
Yeah,
I
I did
just
send
wanna-
a formal letter to all the council members, Tanya, Ed as well. And if you don't have a copy, I have a couple copies with me if anybody needs that.
This account accrues every year, correct?
It does.
Right.
Yeah, it does. The other piece to that is not just to use it to help the community. It's also a pretty unsustainable model from a financial perspective. We base our revenue projections off a $20,000 a month collection of fees. So far this year, we're running at about a $22,000 a month average, so we're a little above, which is good. But the numbers have been trending a little bit down the past few months, starting about May. They've actually been under 20,000 in collections. Those are economic reasons. Those are, there's some, I anticipate that'll continue. There were some changes to the law in 2023, with, accrual of credit time. So individuals who are released on a pretrial basis on like electronic monitoring, they accrue credit time. And then depending again on how long that case takes to be resolved, there's individuals, kind of depends on the level of offense, they can get to the sentencing of their case and have served their sentence in its entirety at that point of sentencing. So I think over time that's going to affect actually the numbers of people that we even see that end up on probation in the first place. So, and then the economy is always a factor as well. So there's a lot to that, but I would anticipate that number is going to. And the other thing is if we're appropriating for health insurance and disability, those numbers go up every year. I mean, health insurance has hockey sticked over the past really 20 years, but especially the past few years, especially. So it's not really a sustainable model. And at some point, council and the department, the courts, we're going to have to figure out a solution to this anyway. So this, I think, is a good opportune time to do that.
So I just want to be clear. So, page is this? Page 67. So in that fund, you got, in 2023, you took in 266,500, you dispersed 260,000. There was an ending balance of 427. When I asked one of the last meetings, we got a $431,000 balance. Your budget for next year is 304. Right, 304. So I mean, you've got leeway, because that's more than a year's worth of balance sitting out there already. Right, just I'm stating that correctly?
Well, I'm assuming that number takes into account what we have in reserve and what is currently.
You have to
that's the
expend the
total
rest of the
fund.
year.
Right, like, so we'll expend out the rest of the year. So all totaled, our budget for that budget is about 300, I think projected for 305,000.
304.
Yeah.
Well, now it's at 304, 126.
275 of that is salary and benefits, roundabout. So, and then, we don't necessarily spend all of our operating expenses. That does not revert, that goes back into that fund. We're very much able to self-sustain in terms of equipment, and things like that. So we don't usually need to come to council for equipment costs, but this would even make us more self-sufficient, in that way.
Matt, Matt, do you still have that paper I gave you where I showed you how I figured up what our actual true balance is? Remember I gave you that? It's like 58,000.
See my stack. Really sure.
It's actually like 60,000. When you take out your expenditures for the rest of the year, what your next year's budget's going to be and what we're going to collect, and you take that out, it's 60,000.
I don't know what kind of fuzzy math you're running there, but
Because I always take into effect if I'm not going to have a good collection year.
yeah, sure.
That's
sure.
what I look at.
My point I was trying to make was just simply that there is a cushion.
There is a
currently.
cushion at
To his
currently.
point about the reductions that could be.
Yes.
seen.
Yeah.
There is a cushion.
We, really, this is a conversation between, with.
Yeah,
that.
I get it. I mean, you're advocating to use this for what it is meant to be used for.
Yeah.
And we just want to partner with that. As to your point, we could start, spending it right now, this year, and start some of these identified services. But we want to, work with everyone within the government to have a plan and not just kind of do our thing and then, hey, surprise, you need to pay for our health insurance for our department in 2026 or whatever it may be. So, and kind of come with open hands.
And this is the probation officers that are in here. Those are the split. Is this?
It's literally at one point we put their raises on there for a few years, and that's what that is. 1 year we put on the course side, 1 year we put on the probation side to help out county general side. So it's not an even split. It's just a little bit of their raises each year.
If those are,
and that's why they all vary.
So those total about 87 grand.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, somewhere.
So the wish list is for us that if we can move some of that money out and put it back, then.
The benefits,
Yeah.
specifically,
Specifically the benefits, because statutorily, we should have never put benefits on this fund. We are not doing what's supposed to be done in this fund statutorily. I didn't do it, or it wouldn't have ever happened.
Like just like the health insurance, life insurance, like those.
yes,
Those.
those specifically, we're
Insurance
happy to
benefits
help
should not.
supplement salaries. I mean, it's statutory that we supplement salaries.
Okay.
My understanding is, benefits are not considered part of salary. They're separate, distinct things. That's my
Their
understanding.
benefit.
Right, yeah.
You don't get to have them, you don't need to have.
So that would just be the request to start untangling that out of, pulling the benefits piece out of the probation user. Then we would subsequently use those monies for services,
Stuff.
public safety initiatives in the community, so forth, things people, really need or really struggling with. And that wouldn't be just us, kind of bearing that burden alone. We have a lot of community partners in local government, community, nonprofit, for-profit, education. I mean, we really have a lot we do with that, but we just, run into a lot of issues where the issue, quite frankly, comes down to funding. A lot of things we'd like to do or our partners, we'd like to do in partnerships, and we just can't do it. We don't have the funds. Sure, you can go after grants. Sometimes that's a 2.5 year process. And the needs of the community, especially as it relates to public safety and health and so forth, it's like a couple years ago.
What if we were able to move health insurance, life insurance, disability into county general, but then move that jump coordinator? Like kept their
Yeah,
benefits
yeah. I
fine.
mean, I'm sure there's that would be fairly reasonable. Yeah, I mean, I think we could make that happen.
Because if for some reason that disappeared, you'd actually regain it in that fund.
And I believe that position would qualify as probation services under that sort
It
of statutory umbrella.
Just a thought.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm writing it down.
We're ready for further conversations in that regard.
So
Okay.
you're saying the salary of the the jump coordinator going here and then,
Benefits would
Well, it'd
still,
be splitting the difference because then, not splitting the difference. I mean, that's a $46,000 hit.
sorry,
If we moved the current budgeted numbers, that's 155. So I mean,
And
it'd
then
be
put
about
the
100
jump
grand.
over.
We'd be moving.
okay.
Yeah.
If we could move 100,000
Gotcha.
out, it would
Gotcha.
be those,
Yeah.
and we put.
I was just
40.
making sure like I understood what you were
Yeah.
suggesting
It's
as a
just an idea.
possibility.
if the council would see fit, if you could disentangle the entirety of benefits out of the probation user fees, that would be,
Helpful.
the
Thing at a
number
time.
one request. But that, barring that,
Yeah,
we would
okay.
certainly work with council any other number.
All right. Well, I made a note of that, so we'll come back and, obviously you've got some more departments to go through, but
Certainly.
it's been documented, so.
Yeah, and I'll just take the next step and kind of maybe get a little more, we'll get a little more formalized or start
Yeah.
distilling down a little to some more hard numbers.
I think that covers all of mine.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Yeah.
If you're gonna move 155, if you would, move 155,000, I wish you'd just go ahead and take that 5,711 and move it as well, the whole thing, one place.
The probation officer assistant.
Here, but, I'm just saying, if you're willing to move that big a chunk,
Yeah, I got you.
5,711.
Keep that in mind. Thank you. GIS, I think Kyle's frozen, right?
Public defender. a little bit.
Oh, I had. Yeah, well, we'll do GIS real quick. He's here. It's only the one, so I believe that one's frozen.
Okay.
19.
We have an amount, probation,
Which one? Adult probation user fees?
Yeah.
I have 304.
Fund number. Where you switch pages.
2,100.
2100.
What'd you have? 304, 147?
304,
147. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right, public defenders, page 18. Defenders. The last time we,
Of course.
oh,
was gonna say.
hey, hi,
Oh,
Sam.
I apologize for my casual dress. The judges are at conference, and I wasn't expecting to need to look professional today, but here I am. So I apologize.
This is what you look like.
Teacher's pet over here. About the same size. Let's just go swap.
All right, so what we have is after our meeting last week, we had reduced everyone from 60 down to 52. I don't know that we necessarily, I mean, do we have any other requests from council on this? You're all pretty good with
What?
public defender's office,
Okay.
page 8.
We've already adjusted these.
Kelly came before us last week.
What about the investigator at 46.7? Is that was that day in there, correct? 156.
Full investigator.
We realize that you have taken, geez, if I could talk, Shelley Harvey, or Public Defender's Office, the investigators, we realized you put at 44,272
For the
for
level.
the prosecutors.
For the level.
44,300.
44,300, okay, yes.
So we need to make those adjustments. So
Oh.
line 156,
Yes,
300, and then there's another, no, that's
173.
legal secretary is a comment C.
I think you questioned the title, is that correct?
that was,
Legal,
I think that was for me.
Right. We questioned the title for Shelley, which line are you at?
I'm,
173.
Or,
I'm
134.
134.
oh,
We were asking that she be treated as Patsy as opposed to Tom's. B. That's right.
we don't have that
Let
right
me
yet.
see.
Pat B or Pat D?
It
I
was
do.
Pat D.
57.
D, sorry.
Or the midpoint is
What's
5,700.
the regular
46.
C
D.
on the
D is 48 in the level and 53.1.
4,800? 2,000, I mean. Other than that,
Oh, that's the mid 53.1. That's D mid.
Oh.
So hang on, let me.
he does so much more than office manager. It probably needs to be changed in that title stuff too.
Hang on a minute. Hold that.
You're looking
Because
at the
some are-
proper hours.
Yeah, is it 1690, right? Yeah. I mean, again,
Yeah.
You're currently non-exempt. Yes, Shelley is, right?
Correct, yeah.
Mm. That's what I said. For Pat. And so they came in at 53.
Mm-hmm.
Midpoint 53.1.
Was that Pat C or Pat A?
Pat B.
Sure.
Pat B.
Pat B.
If Shelley disappeared, who would you be able to hire, and what level would it be at?
It's a great question. Once the panic attack stopped, yeah, we'd have to go to someone in a comparable level who's prepared to take on the responsibilities of supervising, 3 other staff members, who had the experience, and the ability to keep track of all of our claims, file them properly, record all of our finances and report them up to the state Supreme Court to make sure that we get our reimbursement, which again is 40% of all of this comes back reimbursement. So, the kinds of things that she does on a daily basis. Kelly Bryan told me when I took the job, whatever you do, keep her there. And that was, I think, one of the only things he told me about taking the job.
Do you blame him now?
And I am eligible for retirement in January.
Uh-oh.
Well, I think if we're gonna adjust it, if people are on board with the salary they requested, then we might as well just adjust it to that number.
53-1.
Any other thoughts?
I'm good.
53-1.
We're looking to keep things same.
Comment scheme.
Let's see, midpoint has been 40.
Shall we do 40?
Good.
At 40?
Yep.
Yep. One. Uh,
Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
then,
should have asked, does anybody have longevity?
doesn't
Our
matter on
longevity is
Oh,
in
that's-
its own line,
You're right. it's
and every
in the
time
same
someone
line.
leaves us, our longevity goes down.
Yeah, I forgot about
here.
that.
Comment A,
30,
we have, 36. And the next one is, that's 2. That's, well, there, are we pretty good with that? Numbers.
Chief Public Defender, that's mandated, correct?
Correct.
uh, 204, 2029.
Yep.
Yeah, again,
2,042,029.
I think our original request was,
0.239.
Yes, you're down 200,000 a month. I'm gonna give you a medal for that one too.
What's that?
So I'm gonna give you a medal for that one too.
Awesome. Will go well with my suit if I'm gonna wear
There
it.
you go.
Nope,
We're
you gotta
pretty
wear that.
casual here. First day's a little more formal, then after that,
It's for that world.
All right, then, does she have others?
yeah,
supplemental,
the
page
supplemental.
60.
There's no salaries in there, right?
Correct, just FICA and PERF on one employee. So,
And that's what was grandfathered in and,
right, and those would come down just a little bit from my new proposed, because,
Down to 52.
it went to, the person whose, benefits get paid out of that fund is 173, and so her salary would go to 40.
Yep.
So the FICA and PERF would come down a little bit.
so I have, go back.
I think it'd be 32, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
I'm getting $3,060 for FICA and $4,480 for,
That looks right.
If it's wrong, you can come bug me about it next year.
I usually do have to come bug you about it, and it's not your fault. It's mine.
Okay.
I need that new number.
Supplemental. 802.
8072.
Done.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all. Have a good one.
Skip the election.
Public defender, GIS good. There's nothing on election board. We've done the jail. Data processing has no employees.
Planning
Plan
commission.
commission. Page 25.
Everybody feels like price of graders.
Brandy's gonna give you a paper with our longevity listed at the bottom.
Okay. We
What
appreciate
would make you think that?
Thank you.
Right. Take your time. Get some. Alrighty.
Rolling along. All right, so let's start with and then add the longevity back in. Hopefully easiest. What do we have for Pat A?
Level is 41,800.
What is it? 40?
41,800. So, and you actually have that new position in here too.
Oh yeah, delete 0.
Okay, so starting on 102, the level for pad A is 41,800.
41,800.
104 is a pad B, that 44,500, but we have longevity.
For 980.
It's 44,500.
Yes,
Correct.
plus the longevity, so.
Yes.
Equals.
Gotta bring my real.
45,480. Where I come from.
Plus the longevity.
No. 45.
44,500 plus 80.
Yeah, it's gonna be 45. Erased it.
45,480. Okay, that's it. 45,480.
So 105 starts with 44,500 plus
44,991.
44,991.
Is that number again?
44,491.
41? 44,991.
44,491. No, I'm sorry. You're right.
44,991.
You're right.
Okay, 105 is now 44,991.
45,236.
236. 40.
We're down.
No one else has longevity, so that helps. Frozen.
Okay.
What was the base
We're
on
on
106?
107
What was the base on 106?
for 500.
40 what?
You want the total with the
No,
longevity?
without.
44,500.
And what was the base? 105.
Same.
All right, so 107's frozen.
So we get a little bit, well, 107, 109 are goofy because you have comment A, she makes more than the comment B. Is that not right?
Yeah, for some reason I got an arrow pointing to the
they
secretary
were
that was moved from part-time to administrative assistant. So they're
No.
evidently interacting somehow, but I don't find it.
The in 2024 budget for swap.
That's it.
So the 24 numbers were.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about that anyway. But we do.
So then
Hold
is
on.
that gonna be the 41,728 for 107?
Hang on a minute. let me look.
Yes, that's what it should be.
It should be what?
That's what it's currently. The
40.
107 is the,
46, 440.
is
What?
41,728.
The 24 amount,
Yes,
For 107 is
728.
41,728.
102 and 107, those amounts needed to put.
Hold on, 102.
So on the paper we just gave you, the where it says current budget.
Yep.
That's the
102. What's the other one we're switching here?
107.
Of it.
It is correct on their sheet.
740.
So in this case, they have it as a comment A, which, did we discuss this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked about that position, that kind of sounded more,
Is not an administrative assistant.
yeah,
I'm using the new spreadsheet, so I have my notes in it.
Yeah.
We're back on 107.
Actually, maybe I do.
Yes.
So, um, that should be more in line with a comment C or D, I would assume.
oh, alright, so we kind of had that discussion about 102, no, wait, we had that discussion about the administrative assistant position and the secretary. Because the secretary was doing, you guys kind of voiced that she was doing a lot more because of all the work for the building commissioner, filing the permits, the contractor registration and all that stuff. And then the administrative assistant, we talked about that one a little bit because that one was more kind of taking over director duties if needed, kind of,
Overseeing.
yeah.
There's not a lot of good, not a lot of good comparison, you know, within this comment group. Cause these are all court positions and stuff, cover me for the most part. I think at a minimum, we gotta replace at least the department level at a comment C for the administrative assistant, or change the title at a minimum.
Get a comment C.
And in this case, she's gonna be already making
More.
more than the midpoint, so,
The comment C's 40,000, isn't it?
and Again, I don't know that that's a great comparison, so just bear with.
Are we still on?
I guess my suggestion would be to leave the adjusted amounts that they've asked for those two positions, 107 and 109. I mean, that's the easiest path. We have to probably go back and really look at re-altering their
107?
categories.
So leave it at the 43.8.
I mean, that's my suggestion. It's a little bit of a bump for the one, and we're really a little bump for the other, in line with what we've done for the others. So, is that,
I do show that 109 is 35.9.
Yeah, we've got that, we
Yeah,
should
it
have that
changed here
correction.
too, yeah.
okay, I didn't notice that. About 5% across.
Yeah.
These have,
Well, even like line 105, the community planner is 41,719, which is less than what's listed here. All right, I'll just hold those for now. So 107 and 109 will be what was requested. Okay,
the building commissioner, Eugene had a
How
note,
about we talked about the secretary before,
so, yeah.
I mean, that's that's below every scale. The 31,
yeah, that's way low.
And that's the one that we're asking to move from part-time. So it's not currently at the 31,250. We
It's the-
just got that number from HR.
So the 21,315 is the part-time number from this year.
That we cut.
You want to, we cut it
Yeah.
to put in the 31,250. So add another 10 grand for a full-time.
Yeah.
What do you need?
I have in my notes that you guys were wanting to raise that for 90.
35,000.
I have written 34,984 as well.
Yeah, the
So the comment
comment A
A,
is 35.
So we wanna move 110, excuse me, the 0 to 35.
Mm-hmm.
In line with common A.
Before we, back to 709. Like 7,
Yeah,
43,800 and 37,
37,700, 43,800.
yeah.
Yeah, we didn't do any rounding. We just did the flat percent.
43,837. 7. He said, Tanya, looking out.
well, because later he's gonna come back and be like, why didn't we make those even?
Okay, so what do you have for your,
Hang on a minute. So, I kind of said the same with 102, 4, 5, and 6.
longevity?
Oh, yeah, those had longevity. Never
Yeah.
mind.
That's fine.
5 minutes. Forgot. And then Eugene did have he said he was making a recommendation to reduce that building commissioner salary to 50.
I got a 5671 for some reason.
Well, that's the midpoint of the pad fee that it's
Okay.
at current. Which is 50,700. I would suggest we do adjust it, we adjust it to that 50,700 if we're doing that. Now, she did make the argument, I do remember this, around the building commissioner and, you know, being alone in essence, and doing all the work of, you know, more than one. So I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying that's what Eugene gave me a note about.
You want to meet him halfway and go 55?
Does he hold those three titles
Yeah,
and no other, employees underneath?
I mean, I'm fine, I think we should leave it for now, but that's
We'll leave it at
my
60.
opinion.
You wanna leave, I was gonna say 55 like you said.
No, leave it, leave it
60.
at where it is, where they asked.
Okay.
We have to come back, it's
Hold it too.
gonna be yellow, the other.
He's worth every penny. I don't, I mean, I've been here for quite a while now, and I've worked with the old building commissioner, new building commissioner. And the old one was good, but Tom's really taken a lot. We're tearing down houses we've never done before. Just in the last couple of years, we've had the safe building
Mm-hmm.
meetings, and he is doing a ton of work. I think worth every penny on it.
Shan's correct. Tom comes off quite often. He's very thorough about before he does any action as far as trying to build towns or anything in our office to make sure that his ducks in a row. Like him making sure he protects the county when he does his work also. He's always active out doing his job, so.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, what number?
um, 453, 453, 367. 453, 367. Is that it? No, there's. You have another budget?
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Gonna get a little loopy here. with
Transport, don't have to worry, EMA. Really, the only one we have to discuss here is, uh,
27.
Heidi's position, right? Is that yours? No. The office manager, deputy director, office manager, sorry.
Deputy director needs to go up to the,
I already have that to the midpoint, the 58,656.
Yep.
And then,
There was a question, I think, relative to where she's categorized.
at B,
At B with accommodate.
oh, sorry, office, yeah, sorry, today. Okay. Have that bolded, so,
Yeah, which is also correct. I mean, he's basically categorized currently with, you know, assistants, receptionists, and whatever.
Keep in mind with this position, she's similar to a couple others in the county in that in the event of a disaster or emergency, she is pulled out as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was my suggestion or thought previously, and if nothing else, just because of the books you're keeping, and the budget and whatever, that, you know, this is a several step up, so I think that at a minimum, it's gotta be an office manager position of comment C, which is on par with EMS, highway, and sheriff.
How much is that?
Hold on a sec. I mean, it's not in line with what you're requesting, so I'm just starting there. But, cause the midpoint at comment C is 40. We had previously put a level of her previous, or we had put a level of 43,057 and 44. Maybe we had, who knows?
I have it all bolded for some reason.
We had 44,327 in there. Where did we get?
And I know that's what we put for the mid, but I can't remember where I was in the salary. So it took me a while to find it
Yeah,
because I'm not with
Everybody else?
who you think I should be with.
Yeah,
That's kind of what we came up with.
44,370 is a civilian poll C.
maybe that's why you put her with civilian.
Which is more with the 911 team, basically. Which I think is fair. I don't know. Agrees or disagrees
I
with that?
agree. So
CPC. You moving it to?
we're just classifying it differently to a,
PCD. A midpoint of 44,327.
what was it?
44,327.
That right now,
Where we got it. I'm sorry, that's actually not even, that's not even the mid, that's the low. That's the low. And CPCs from,
the 49.
levels. Yeah, but the, levels were 43.8. Okay, so, I'm sorry, let me just re-clarify this, okay? So if we did a civilian pool C level, the level point is 43,800. The external low is 44,370. The midpoint was 49,300. That was on the salary study. We ended up with, I think, 49,300 for the 911 tech.
Yeah, these that is mid.
Communication, E-CIP, E were, so,
Pretty much, did you say the internal was 44, 3 then?
43,800. The internal level was 43,800.
Is that what you moved it to, 43.8?
No, hold on, hang on. I'm just trying to make these comparable in our sheet. I'm not too. So my suggestion would be to split the difference, make it 44,370. I mean, I'm coming back around to the same thing I had before, but that's a difference of, that's a little bit above the level of that role, but below the midpoint.
44, 370.
Make it 44,4 even. I don't think we have any
Yeah,
others
that's
at
fine,
this point.
44, 4.
We're kind of splitting the difference on this thing, given,
the duties.
yeah.
I've got
So, I mean,
I've got a
you know,
note here that's.
unless
garbled.
Shannon, you disagree with something, I think that putting it about where you're at anyway, so.
A little bit more than what was requested, so.
I've got a note here that garbled says, if something moves to threshold, overtime goes down. Is that that?
Yes, remember you're getting-
102?
Because the deputy director would go up to where he wouldn't qualify for overtime, so you'd get,
Right.
we requested 30,000 for overtime, and you'd get 20,000 back.
Okay.
From what we requested.
Like I said, I only got half the note.
Yeah, we already reduced the overtime, so.
Are we, on 104, the name change due
I don't think it, well, I don't know. I don't think it really has to, but,
You could think of a better
Not at
name,
the
you might
moment,
suggest
but
it.
we might wanna consider,
like in the future?
Yeah.
You're not, why you made that option,
For
like,
some
you'll have
reason
to
on
go
my
through
doors
this
says
whole.
financial.
This option
should it be like office and field manager?
Oh,
Like,
so, in the event of an emergency, she becomes the financial
Section sheet.
section. So you might put
office
office manager slash
financial,
field sec,
man,
well, okay.
so when the,
What about like, what about, so we have, other civilian poles as like coordinators? Coordinator be EMA coordinator type thing or something?
coordinator?
EMA coordinator,
It would almost be the same, but that's what she becomes in the event
That's her
the
actual title.
EOC is
Mhm.
activated. She becomes the
financial
finance
section.
section chief, yeah.
In that, I mean, I do all the finances day to day,
Right.
but in the event that happens, then it,
Yeah, no, I
the
think that's
title
a
changes a
good,
bit.
good description of it.
So what are we changing it to?
Office manager slash financial section chief.
it will not have a,
Okay. Will it just be a space or an and?
dash,
Okay,
so we passed the year 2000, you can get away with there.
all right, we have,
And also, I've got on here about a quarter payback from EMPG.
Or what?
$65,000 reimbursement for E EMPG.
Is that it?
well, I guess we need to look up that PEPI on 101. We've been,
101 or 102?
102. The-
For 102, we decided to make
we-
it 58,
that's
Oh, that's the one, I'm
exempt
sorry,
position.
I'm sorry, we made that exempt, and then we're good with the director executive A. Or do you wanna make it, like just a flat 69.5 for you, Matt?
69.5.
101.
For 102, do you want a flat number or keep it at that?
For continuity, just because of the FLSA thing, I think we'll just leave it.
Perfect.
As it is required.
Okay.
Unless,
No. Okay, all right. We're good here.
Thank you.
Overtime dropped from 30,000.
To 10,000.
10. All right, commissioners.
New total.
Oh. What do you have?
EMA? 218,606.
All right,
Again, 218.
606.
are you okay back there?
Losing the line.
218, 606.
All right, so I talked to Shannon, this morning, and our contract with the YOC, we were getting some extra expenses now with that, get over to the commissioner's budget, okay, so under contractual services, I know we cut that some, but Shannon's asking, what, did you say 15,000 added back in?
I would, we've had some, unexpected charges at the, YOC. I know they've had, an excessive amount of juveniles held from Delaware County there, so that's part of it. But they've also increased, Jessica and I several people had a meeting with him in the spring.
It was springtime. I think it was this year.
Yeah, I think it was this year. I can't remember. Anyhow, they talked about, obviously they was having trouble, keeping, employees, so they wanted to bump pay up. So they said at some point, they may pass that cost on to us, which I think has happened in the past month or so. We
There's some
also,
damages.
we also got a bill that we don't normally get, for an individual who tore up, some stuff in that center. A detainee tore up some stuff in the center, so we got that bill also. So there's just some extra stuff that they're sending our way that I think it may be wise to put a little more money back in that contractual services to help cover those expenses.
Yeah.
I've told Jessica 10 to 15.
Any fuzzy crystal ball?
I don't know. Yeah.
Fuzzy crystal ball.
I really don't know. Like I said, the email I got said they've had excessive amount of detainees, Delaware County.
Can you remind me, like, how they're funded? We fund a chunk of their non-detainment, non-detention, right?
Yes, we fund it, and then if they take any out of county, detainees, then that county.
That income to
that, yeah, they're billing other counties as well. There was an issue, they told us there's a possibility that they may, and they may not be able to take some of our county, juveniles. However, they've not turned one down yet. So, thank goodness for that, because we do not want to take that over.
So we foot the bill, but we don't have any operational control over there, right?
No,
Board,
yeah, they have a board.
because that's who we met with some members of their board and
Correct.
executive staff.
Same with the detention center, yes.
Yeah.
And the court. Juvenile court that's over there.
Yeah.
So adding 15 would make that contractual service line 839,902.
Engineer, just.
Yeah.
We can take part-time back to what it was last year, which was 148 instead of.
Back down to 148. Let's take a look at these salaries. So commissioner's budget went up 10%. Now, all three commissioners are bucketed into this, and it'll be the same when we get to our county council budget. All 7 of us are bucketed into one line. A 4% increase makes it 104,776. I think that midpoint number is skewed because we had some I think full-time commissioner roles. I don't know what we want to do with the commissioner salary.
What's the president get at?
President don't get anything.
No, they all get the same.
It's all the same salary.
I'm good with 4%.
4. So that makes the number 104,776. All right, next is line 104, it's a Pat A. Which would be a 41,800.
What did you say that?
41,800. How we've been treating Pat A. Executive A. that one at?
No, we have an external load.
I put that external mid, yeah. 337.
54,736 is the low. So,
We're now on
111.
111.
Drop to 104.
104 was the Pat A, which is 41.8.
And my suggestion was that ought to be a midpoint, 43.7.
Oh, I didn't hear that either. Where are we here?
We're on 104.
Well, Pat A mid, we've been doing, 43.7. No,
The attorney's probably a contract.
and we've been treating anyone outside of public safety at the level.
What we talked about.
104. Pat A.
So the request was 10%, right? So the 41 would be, or the,
The 41 would be, the 41.8 would be basically no raise. I understand what you're doing. I understand you trying to bump up deputy directors, but we have people that are very valuable in our offices that just don't have that title. So, like I said, I understand what you're doing, and I don't, but we have important people in these offices that
Sure.
need raises.
43.7 would be about 5%. I'm fine with that.
43.7. Attorney line 111.
The little one here, there's really no 54,736.
Yeah. 48.
The midpoint for 112 is, the level is 36,295, which is less than today. The midpoint is 37,950. I mean, I'm inclined to leave it as is, it's 30, with no adjustment. That's my recommendation.
What do you want it? What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that it stays 36,776. But that's my,
Wait, which one are you on?
I'm on 112.
So frozen.
In the comment category.
Please comment B.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 33. Yeah. Okay. 113 is an executive pay. also 54,736
He's at the midpoint already.
level.
The midpoint was 68,818. I guess my recommendation, given what we did with, there, would maybe do,
That's gonna do, is that, so that's 2,400, so 62,400.
Good.
Okay.
What'd you do 111? I'm sorry.
we did 54,800.
Okay.
All right, 114,
Is the LTCB,
the midpoint is
down.
37,104.
so it's frozen.
One 15, the midpoint is 33538. So there's no longevity in these, any of these, though.
Yes.
There are.
Which line?
That one, director and the county building custodian.
All right, let's start with what's the first number.
115,
Well, it's I think 111, the human resource.
11 does. Okay, how much is that one?
She has a 255.50.
256. Okay,
The tech is 255.50.
what number
114.
is what day?
did you say?
56. Okay,
And then 115 is 1,226.40.
221,227.
122,
Go back to 111. And that one for 8. $55,056.
15,
$55,056. And 14. Frozen, but that's including, that already includes that, so. 15.
We haven't anything with 115 yet.
Okay. The LTCA, we need to look at our LTCAs. The A. The Colonel.
all right, I'm sorry, where were we at? 114, what was it?
LTCAs,
115.
so they are at 32.
They currently both make more than,
Yeah, I just want to, let's take a look at these real quick. I just want to make sure don't have anything written down for them, and we're gonna have more else. So the internal 32. Let's see, the B is what, 35.8?
Mhm.
All right, so LTB is 35.8, which they're already making with their longevity with frozen. Right? No, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong. We on 15? 32. They're making more than frozen. 116 an LTCA. That would also be frozen, right?
Mhm.
Cat A. So 41.8. A little increase there, so 41.8. $124 is also a Pat A. 41.8. LTCB. 35.8. Or above that within.
What line are you on?
33.
124 was frozen also.
No. 120, that one, 41.8.
Okay.
LTC was 134 would be frozen. 3 Comet A 35. These would all be increased. 35, 35, 30. Those last three, 137, 139, 140 are all Comet A, so it's third girl.
I misspoke. Not misspoke, but my recommendation was inaccurate. Or 112.
Okay.
I forgot there was. I was thinking about the receptionist position. I would have recommended that comment B midpoint is 37,951. That's like a 2.5%. So I would recommend the 38, but that's
Okay.
anybody's discretion.
What's that, 112?
112.
Yeah, treated like the
112. Oh, well, the midpoint in like a 3% raise is about 38. So I would just
38.
yeah.
And then just for like the more for our notes, I'm assuming this building maintenance commission float would need to be more on par with other building maintenance technicians.
Wait, is it gonna be a part-time or full-time position?
This is, they're asking for a full. Otherwise we wouldn't see it. But the request was for 30.
So we're not doing any, right?
Right, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, we gotta
Shutting down the-
classify it, right? It needs to go into some kind of classification, but right, no, Jim, you're correct. We haven't added any new employees yet, but I'm just thinking more for future thought. The other maintenance technicians are LTCBs.
LC. For some reason, I don't have the LC schedule.
Oh, okay. LTCA. LTCAs are your cook.
32,100.
32-1.
Oh.
All right. With that.
Wait, where are you?
Level number.
A level? LTCA?
for the 1690.
Oh, 32, yeah. So there are some, the custodians are in there, custodian supervisors are As, and then your maintenance techs are Bs. 35.8.
Did we, be able to help
Yes, put that in.
remind Brady's?
What you decide to do with 141? The new maintenance.
That's what we're talking about right now,
It's zeroed out.
it's
currently.
zeroed
Yeah, I
out.
know it's zeroed out currently, but
Okay, so,
Did you guys leave 124 the same?
Yeah,
no, it went to 41.8.
thirty-five.
So this one will probably be, well, it'll be an LTC fee this year. Okay. All right. That's everyone in that one. All right, thank you.
$35.
Yeah. On the Comet A. All three of those Comet A. Yeah. All right, EMS. Yes. Commissioners have 12,718,282. Cool. What did you have?
So maybe been lost, Susan Drac.
Yeah, 12. Right. Well, wait, oh, well, hold on.
12,714,551.
714.
Real quick, go down the salary. 4776, 47, 31, 61.
Yep.
It goes 5, 38, 62.
Got that one wrong. Frozen. You. 30. 31. Yep.
Wait a second. I don't have 36.3 for the maintenance technician. I have 33.
I've got it.
Not where we are.
Number 116.
Yeah, 116.
I have
36,
33.
36, 300.
Is that what you decided on?
Well, no, I don't
That's
know.
the LTCA.
The 36,300, not 32?
Mhm.
Make sure if that's correct.
That's leveling at the LPCA.
Wait, is it though?
No, it's not. I'm sorry. How did that get in there?
Yeah, because I've got,
Got 33.
we have a,
Okay, you're right.
okay,
You're right.
What is it?
33. We had a confab about that. Oh. Could've been-
Sorry, yes. 41.8.
45, 16, 51, 30, 30, 35.
That include your,
One. All right. 12,711,251.
Jessica, did that include the reduction in the overtime? 7 what?
12,711,251. All right.
That's good. It's only 14,000 from their ask, but we got a big chunk.
We had to add a big chunk. We had to add like 350,000 or something into health insurance.
Okay. All right.
So, I know.
Well, no, we only added, oh yeah,
Yeah, we did. I was gonna
300,000.
say, we added
320.
3.5.
320,000.
All right, EMS.
How much did you add the health insurance? Cause I don't have,
I got 3.486.
Okay, for the total,
Yes,
okay, could add three
Oh.
point five, and I was like, that's not how much I added, so.
okay, equal to.
I was,
Yeah, you are correct.
Right.
No wonder you're listening to me.
These all
Gosh, do the short straw today.
I got a couple of cuts if you want those.
Good luck, Ted.
You guys smelling salt?
Hmm?
What, you guys
Smelling
smelling
sauce,
salts
we don't
or
use that anymore. We use,
Can we
just
take
knock
one?
you out.
Adrenaline? What is it?
we get through this one and then we will? Okay, we'll take a break after we get through EMS.
Yes, let's get through EMS.
Yeah.
No peeing here.
Give us the good news.
So let's take 2,000 off of line 222 at the uniform. That was our request. Let's just take it off.
Take 2,000 off.
Numbers.
I
Yeah,
know,
the
I have
request,
them. I'm gonna type back
not
in. I
this
don't know where
year's,
they are.
but
Yeah,
next
so
year's
take it back to
request.
this year's basically.
222.
Yeah. And then contractual services 311.
Sorry, hold on.
Okay.
Uniforms back to what, 8? Okay.
Yep, back to
Okay.
311 contractual services, let's just take that 5 off. That was based kind of on anticipation of these rate increases. But I'll know by this time next year if we're gonna need that money, so deal with it then.
Yeah, I'm back down to 95.
And then did you take off 181 line of duty death benefit?
Yeah,
You already took it off? Okay. I mean, for this year, like this year's money.
Oh, for this year? No, we did not take, we did not
yeah, we
touch,
did.
we did?
181. Well, I have it at 0. You have it at 0.
For 2024, the give
Yeah.
back.
You can take it now if you want. We're not gonna have.
Is this what we're talking about? Or are we talking about 20?
Everything's been 25. He's just saying for this one now, it's a give back for
As the
24.
state took it over,
Yeah.
what I have.
Yeah, finally.
So basically,
It's there, it's just, it's
With the new hires, you're thinking line 126 overtime pay is gonna still be up 50,000. It will be if we do the raises. Because of the way we're paid. I'm not that way, but.
and I right back of everyone they've given me today. It's nice.
EMS.
refresh my memory on 116, 101, advanced EMT.
I'd love to refresh your memory, but my financial section chief had to leave, so I'll do the best I can.
I've got it moved up to 50,045.
I've got, yes,
Okay,
yeah, there was a couple of small,
all hitches in the get along.
yep, yep.
That means
That was because I think that was one of the lines she was increasing, because I had three kids that graduated from advanced school. I think. He's got that information with her, so.
How dare her leave?
I know, that's what I said.
looking at the
So how do you have,
Yeah, there was like a
her classified, the office manager position?
office manager,
Yep,
as a Comet C.
okay, I'm lost on your acronyms, so what's that tell me?
Highly paid employee.
Let's see if it actually calls it out here.
Cause we had a heck of a time finding her in that whole
It's
mess.
a computer office machine operation technician is what COMOT stands for.
Okay,
So C is for computer, OMO is office machine operation, T is technician.
okay, I don't know if that's the right category for her or not, cause she's full-fledged EMT and goes out on calls, covers truck for me sometimes, comes in and
Might
disasters.
need to
I
be
mean,
in like that
she's
civilian.
one of us that runs the office, more
Yeah.
or less, so.
In EMT advanced,
She's not advanced, she's just EMT.
that's
But
meant,
the budget that you got her for the EMT salary.
I just didn't know how much that acronym mattered to y'all, so.
Well, it's based on, that job study, right? So they looked at everyone's duties and roles and then based it on,
I mean, I
'cause-
know,
yeah, and so,
I get that, that one
it
right.
doesn't sound right if she's an EMT and then has the additional office manager, things just,
yeah.
Well, her main job's the office manager, but she's also,
how many hours would you guess she runs EMT?
I don't know, it just varies. I mean, like the night of the tornadoes, we used her. If I get in a bind in the middle of the day, we have something come up, I can just grab her and put her on her truck, so. I mean, over the whole year, I don't know for sure. Takes care of people that walk up to the door.
It wasn't the equivalent of an EMT, just an office manager. Well, individual,
If she was just a common,
The Comet C has a level of, what do we say for Comet C?
Midpoint 40.
That she's already making.
She needs to stay at the EMT pay. I just didn't know where she ranked out in that. Things I heard my training officer mentioned was somebody else that didn't make sense earlier.
Yeah.
either. So,
So, but now, again, part of what we're trying to do here is if you were to leave, would you replace your office manager with someone else who was an EMT?
yeah, because by ordinance,
Is it by ordinance? Okay, so it probably needs to say office manager
she's half EMT along
and
with it,
EMT.
Flash.
with a slash.
Slash, I just said, I put the word and, not even the sign, just and. Cause the EMTs are 44.
I mean, I would suggest we just leave it at the requested amount,
Yeah, I'm gonna bold it,
700. Make it 700.
700, okay.
I wasn't arguing them out. I just didn't want a missed acronym to come back and bite us somewhere. That's all it mattered that much.
Well,
No,
but
but
yeah,
we may need to alter that, so.
That's fine. I
Yeah,
just
we'll
want to
just-
bring your attention.
I did add and EMT on my line because
Okay.
that makes that clear, so, all right, here,
at the guess, I agree, I probably could be moved into a pat. That's something I just make a note, there's nothing to do now, but
yeah, I'll make a note, move. Okay, sounds good. All right, paramedic,
All right, so I had gotten to that point, I had to go replace. I hadn't got to that, I should say, so EMS,
for the
so these are EMS poles,
mid is on a C,
the mid on a C is 63. On a B, it's 56. 53.8, so 54.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
we're writing our chart down, so we
Oh, I
know,
apologize.
yeah.
A is 51.65, so 51, yeah. 51,000.
Request from the EMTs and advanced EMTs is below the midpoint, and the paramedics is slightly above.
Yes, I stuck with the 10%. I think they kind of missed the midpoint a little bit on the EMTs. I don't think it's gonna be out of over the next few years, for sure, couple years, but the way we're paid, looking at the base salary, and I think what they compared things to, these guys are over that base salary that they're gonna get that built-in overtime. That's gonna bring them up closer to that amount. At the end of the day. So that's why I kind of kept that there. Whether that's right or not, I don't know, but
Okay, so
If we moved everybody to the midpoint, it's gonna increase his budget.
mhm.
If we reduce the EMTs, raise the advanced EMTs, reduce the paramedics slightly, but then it increase the advanced EMTs and EMTs.
Okay, like as
I'm kind of
requested,
inclined to accept the budget as is.
be on board with that.
So, okay,
Doesn't really affect any other department because he's his own
mhm,
category.
okay. Do we want to even out any of those numbers or just leave them as is?
Love to leave it, even them out a little, but we don't have to, I mean,
It's gonna adjust it, so his point is trying to keep the budget new.
yeah.
You've got longevity in there where it's needed.
yeah, longevity, that comes from somewhere else. We get a check at the end of the year, and I'm not sure where she gets that. Not in something that I see in an account somewhere, that, but
Okay.
it's a one-shot deal.
Oh,
at
I
the
think
end
I
of the year.
remember that, cause didn't you find that account?
Oh, let's look at our account list.
I don't see everything I come
Yeah, I
in there
think I
because I didn't
remember,
know
now
about
that
the
you
other.
say that out loud,
There
I
was a
feel.
couple I don't see them.
Yeah, I feel like I recall that.
Get in the old account list here. Well, I guess to your question though, we don't have.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
I mean, I'm with, I mean, it could be
What
the
he
end of the
gave
day
us.
blues, but I basically think we're probably, what Bill says is probably good. We leave it as is.
I appreciate that.
Yep, for now.
But he gave
We'll
us
be back for more next year, but I mean,
Hey, what?
he gave us gave us 2,000 and 5,000.
No, I meant the salaries.
Oh, sorry.
What's our new number? $211? Okay, 2,777,211.
What do we got left?
I would love for you to get the EMS lit.
Yeah,
Is that what you're asking?
We know.
Yeah, I didn't say a thing.
We don't have that right now, he's saying.
okay,
Oh,
yeah,
Brought
sorry.
it up.
All right, wishful thinking.
Okay.
Any other funds? How about that?
How about what?
We're next, county council.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I won't be at finance tomorrow. Megan's taking my place. I got a business out of town.
Okay. County council, page 32.
We taking the break now?
We are taking a break now. Thank you for reminding me. We'll come back in 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes.
How much longer do you?
Highways here.
Oh, there's Tanya.
Cambridge too, right?
Yeah, Cambridge, like all the highway stuff.
Sure. Thank you.
What's the first page? Is it
40.
Page 40?
Engineer.
All right, page 40. Okay. Here we go. Just looking at the salaries at the top. Got at A. At A is at 41.8, which is less than what this person is making. But before, do you have longevity in any of these?
2 of them.
Which two?
103
Okay.
and 105.
What are those numbers if you have them?
I'm sorry?
What are the numbers if you have them?
I've got them. Thank you. The 103, 480 plus 1056.
491.
491, all right.
So, and then the 105, 720 plus 1584. And
At A. 41, so that one's frozen.
Level one here. Wait. Are these exempt?
Are you looking at the internal base or the external?
I was just making sure it wasn't an exempt.
Oh, no, only myself is exempt.
Okay, so this is the senior inspector. So the senior, it's not, the pad A's, we have to be careful because they're.
They're a 40 hour.
There's a, well, yeah, and they're also, yeah, there's a variety, so.
So let's put A 40. 40.
A level was 51. Like, a minute here.
So what do you want the internal be 51.5
Yeah,
for an A?
Yeah.
51. With a mid of 53.8.
What are you looking at?
We're figuring out what the numbers are for.
A.
Yeah. Okay.
so for 103, 51.5 plus 491.
1.5, yeah, plus the 91.
51.9.
991.
And your request, the request was a variation for these two. Currently, I'm guessing that's just a straight percentage increase.
Yes, I did a 10%
Okay.
on the line item.
So if we're leveling that one, it goes up.
The same for this one.
Wait, payment for which?
Uh,
105?
uh.
105 is an exact day.
I mean, the one that, no, we've got, 104. They're both at A.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, it won't. Yeah, the first one is,
103 is 51,991. 104 is 51,500.
yeah. Okay. That's A.
Director, this is you, administrator?
Yes.
The external low is 63.
Five.
The low is.
Okay.
Oh, 60, I'm sorry, 62.
Two.
The mid.
Right. Now this plays into the max levy, right? Gotta be kind of careful, right?
Yes, it is part of that.
The 62.5. Comment A. 35. Oh, wait, did we have, oh, wait, we had to add
730.
736. If we're going 62.5. $63, $236. Okay. 62.5. That's 63, 236.
Yeah.
63. Comment A is only 35, so that one would be frozen. Oh, no, it's the 24 different hours, sorry.
Yeah.
Comment 40.
$40,000. Or no, I'm sorry, 40, the base,
It's 43.
40. 20, 40. 300. For A. B.
44, 7.
7. 7. 40. 100.
All right, so then that makes comment A 43.
We're on row 10, or we're on line 106. According to the level. I'm a little concerned here with all of these. Okay, all right, so what do we make?
What are we on? We're on 106?
Yeah.
You say 43?
That's the level currently.
43 even, correct?
LTCE,
So now we're at Cume Bridge. Oh, I guess same.
CCE.
This one's split somewhere. Oh yeah, this garage foreman.
Oh, you're on Terry's budget now.
We've zeroed out the engineer currently for now because we're not putting anything new yet.
Okay.
I know.
Right, LTC. Oh, let's go back. We do have A would be 39.4.
Nope.
I have it filtered for 28, so. B at 44.
Are you on? What'd you put?
I was just going straight down for just
Okay,
the
level,
just the
okay,
level. Yeah.
alright.
44, just straight 44.
For B.
B 45. B
Hang on. For C, if you look at current numbers, I guess people will say this. Okay, that's
Okay.
And then D.
48. Is it's on F. Right. I did realize I just started page 41, sorry. Okay, so 104.
So
You
is this-
want me to give you the longevity add-in amount now?
Yes, please.
So 104 is $552. $103 is $151.88.
Two.
Two.
I guess. So let's round up the whole dollar.
I don't have mine in number orders like you guys
Oh,
do.
okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You have the number.
Okay, 126
Okay.
is 614.
Okay.
116 is $1,350. 117 is 1,380. 110 is 131.
Okay.
159 is 614.
Okay.
And 124 is 1,350. And 128 is 1,350.
And are some of these paid into budget?
They are,
Which ones?
so it would be, 103, 110, 104, 111, and 109. But the longevity amounts I gave you, that is the amount, that's half of the amount they are owed.
Oh, so that gets
So the other
into each
half,
one.
yes, so, when we get to the highway, I've got an amount for them as well.
Okay. Okay, so this garage foreman. Half of that A 40 is the 51.5.
More than 11.
Is it?
If you combine,
51,
well,
552 on that longevity on 104?
Yes.
friggin'
No, it's 552.
To divided by 2.
No, you
Oh,
don't
no?
have to divide that by 2.
Just the top part. Just the 51.5.
Yes, the 51.5 would be divided by 2.
Okay.
Or the 51, whatever it comes to.
51.5 is 25,750 plus the 552 would make this then 302. Is higher than budget, so 26,302. Be adding the lung to that. We did add the 552.
26,302.
Putting lung.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone up?
Yep.
Okay, so, superintendent, 42,152.
Yeah.
He is the 42,550.
I thought
Or
550.
552, I'm sorry.
You said the previous one, 104, was
552.
552.
It is 552.
And this one is as well?
Yes, they started at the same time.
Oh, you had one, you told us 152.
Yeah.
Oh, I said one, I'm sorry, it's 552.
Okay, so 42,552. Okay. Okay.
The 40%.
Bridge supervisor paid out of 2 accounts. What do you
The
use?
bridge supervisor, we are leaving that at 0
Okay,
because you guys,
That was the secondary, Tommy.
yes.
But they're not filling right now. All right, so 22,350. 22,350. One pin has longevity. I keep that in mind. Comet C.
Okay.
$131,
Say,
23,050.
Well, that's less than what it is. That includes longevity, 23.
So we keep him, he'd be frozen.
So, yeah.
Right? Payroll deputy. Comment A, 43. 2. 21.5. A little bit more, so 21.5. Okay. LTCs. LTCC is 46.5, which they're making more, so they're frozen. 48. And with the line before, after 48, 430,
That's got longevity also.
but it's already included. They're already above the level.
So we don't have to add in
Correct,
longevity.
it's already there.
Is that equal amount? So 48, 430 minus 1350. 4780.
More than 40.
Yeah.
PCB
44.
for they're frozen. We have some longevity in some of
Longevity
these.
in this one.
Back to 117. 116 is the first. So 116 would be
I think it's still over.
that's what LTC C 42 plus. Yeah, that's the one you did ask. Right? Yeah, they're frozen. 117 is PCB is 44.7. Oh no, sorry, I'm not. LTC is 44. Above, right?
Well, this is one of those that's odd because their longevity is 30. So if you take 44,500, their current salary, and minus 1380, 43,120. So,
They do get
oh, yeah, 44. So, brain,
I know. LTC
I'm on the struggle bus here.
is 4,400.
Bill helps out. So,
It's 4,400.
yeah, our level for 117 is 44. They're currently at 44.5, but that 44.5 includes 1380 in longevity. Their actual salary is 43,120 base. So we make their
44. So I'm-
44, so 45,380. Well, no, that's less than what they're,
No, no.
45, sorry, I see it. 45,380. Okay,
The next one is already over.
46 and 40.
117 has 70. It's already over, so yeah, you're right.
Keep me honest, Elizabeth, do you think there's goofy?
I just. What line are we on? 124?
Yeah.
Or. So it's frozen.
No one yet. And also 125, the same.
Wait a minute, is there longevity on
125,
125?
not according to what she's given us.
There's not, but there is on 126.
What is it on 126? How do I? No, I'm at the 4. I'll just.
126 goes in also.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Okay, this is probably a dumb question.
Yeah.
You're gonna
But-
confuse things.
Us not being in county general stuff, why, like, like when we got to Erie, I noticed her immediately. It's gonna be frozen, okay? Why,
It ties, you tie into the max levy,
okay,
which ties into our like the one big number we're trying to attain.
okay,
So what we're trying to do here is level the field of everybody in the, the brackets. So your your A's, B's, and C's, make sure they're all leveled out.
They all have the same base now.
So that if they're not making that level, then they get bumped up. If they are making that level, then they stay the same currently. Like that?
okay.
So,
I'm
same
learning,
level. Right. So just hold that thought and let's get through this exercise and
okay.
then we'll.
So on the 124, you guys did add the longevity, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
We didn't have to add it. We left them the same.
Right,
Because
okay.
it was already, their, like, what the
Their
base would
base was
be,
higher,
plus
yes.
their longevity, their current salary was higher.
Correct.
Than what that new number would be. So we're not cutting anyone's salaries.
Correct.
There are just some salaries that'll be frozen. And then when everyone catches up, then everyone in that bucket of LTCB or Comet A all move in the same direction together.
When you talk catching up, are you talking about like the people doing the same job catch up?
It's balancing the salary for the same type of work.
Okay,
So based on the classification, it may not be identical work, but
yeah,
the same
it's
classification of
not,
work.
I understand what you're saying. Like, I see like big discrepancies in the job descriptions. And, I didn't pad anything on mine, okay? I didn't do any kind of padding to try to boost somebody up.
Right.
But I feel like we're getting froze because, it's not making sense, I know. But go ahead.
It wouldn't have mattered what you would have put in. We're going by base. And if people are above the base, then they can be way above it.
Right,
They don't move down,
right,
but if they're under the base, then they move up.
okay.
So-
Yeah, I guess I was just seeing I thought other things were popping up. Is it trying to get everybody equal?
N-
In the
not
classification,
within the classification and the grade, yes.
So there has been some separation before in classification, but now we're trying to equal it out, correct? To an extent.
If there-
All jobs across the
If
county.
a job pays $44,000 a year, that's the base pay for that truck driver job. If there's a person there that makes above that, they don't move. If somebody makes 38, 39, they're gonna move up to 44. So there's gonna be a lot in your situation, they're not really moving. But again, once we do this, I know you guys put in for like a flat, what, 5% or whatever it was?
We did a flat 10%.
Oh, 10%, okay, well,
But what I really wanted to come in and say was, hey, we'd be happy for the middle, like everybody, like a lot of other people, but I see that's not. And I understand.
we didn't think that it could happen this year, unfortunately, but we'll see where we land. So
Because we ran the numbers, I mean, that's kind of what we did, that exercise we did last week when we met, was to see what that number would look like if we took everyone to the mid, just to put like numbers in front of us, and there's just no way we can do that this year. But the leveling, for sure, which, again, I mean, there's gonna be a handful of people who are frozen who aren't gonna be happy, but they're making more than what their classification according to,
it won't be underpaid based on that pay.
right.
Okay, so 128 is 46,060.
He's making a longevity,
He is, but if you calculate it out, it's still,
that's fine.
and then 140, the base for an LPCD is 48,600. That's 48,600.
Is there any 40? No.
No.
So that one goes, you said 48.6?
Correct.
This one, there is a longevity in.
There's no more longevity,
141,
I don't think.
Yeah, 141.
Oh, down, yeah,
No,
159.
we're on one,
No, 159.
LPCA 394. Still frozen.
Did you say 159 was frozen?
Not
so
yet.
we're at
No.
141.
I'm sorry.
141 is 44,400, yeah.
Can you tell me what the base of that is? Because,
Base is 39,400, I think, if
39.4 is
Okay.
the base.
because this employee is going to be retiring, so I just wanted to know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so the mechanic does have 614. This is an LTC. C.
$49,214.
Mm-hmm.
That include the
So
what's the base?
The base is
48,600,
base.
48,600.
Okay.
That's what I have.
59,
LTCD.
Oh, I'm looking. Yeah,
48.6.
40.
Can we add to that or not?
We are.
That is, yeah, 49,
So
214.
240.
214.
Okay, so we're gonna move let's move to the 1176. Point me out again, the duplicate ones, or the ones that are split. So
Is that
110,
page 54?
yes ma'am,
Okay. So 110,
uh-huh,
111,
uh-huh,
112.
Yep.
Um, 30,104 on page 56. and 30,109 on 56.
Perfect, thank you.
And then you had different longevity amounts on these, right?
I do.
Okay.
So
Go
on
ahead.
132, it's gonna be 1350.
132.
Go down here
20,000?
to 132.
Yes,
Okay, what was that number again?
1350.
Okay.
141 is gonna be 1350. 126 is gonna be 368.
360.
$368.
$126 left.
No.
Oh.
107 is 1350. 30,155 is $614.
Sorry, say that amount again.
614. $110 is 131.
Where's that at?
First page of the very first one. Yes. 112 is 152. I'm sorry, 552. I did it.
52. All right.
106 so 1,124. 122 is 1,124. 'm sorry, I told you the wrong number. It's 122 is 1,124. I did, okay. I'm second guessing myself. 136 is $614. 137 is $614. 117 is 1,350.
Or what was that again? 1,000.
350. And the last one is 104, and it's 552.
330, 104
104? Oh yeah, 30,104.
is what?
552.
Generally speaking, how long has somebody been here that they're still getting longevity? Or that, or there was previous?
One of the gentlemen is 40 years.
No, I mean, like, what's the minimum? Like, they've been here 10 years, they probably got longevity.
What was the last year of your longevity?
2008 or 9.
Yeah, it ended.
No.
It ended in 7. Like
The longevity
Right.
add-in, 60% went in 2008, and 2.2% went in 2009.
So 15 years?
and at that time, you would have had to have at least been here for 4 years.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
it was
like,
just a-
I
was just trying to
hired
get an
in,
idea.
and
Cause you got a lot, right? You got a lot of people been here long.
yeah,
We could have been long,
mm-hmm,
but I'm just saying,
Yes.
you would have at least
Mhm.
been.
Okay.
yes.
So for 110, 111, and 112, we just need to copy over.
I know.
Well, but the longevity might be good.
Yeah.
No, the longevity is
Okay.
office manager,
From
2370. Payroll deputy at 21,500.
What, will you say the first again?
23,370. 111 is 21,500. And then 42,552 for the superintendent. I'm gonna jump down to 104 when I could do those two. For the garage foreman, 26,302. That is 30,104.
An amount.
26,302. And the purchasing agent. That one's not too. Oh yeah, 22,350. All right, back up to 106. I'm just okay. So this okay here. 30 minus 54. Goes. He makes just under the 54,100 threshold if you take away longevity. So his base is 54,006 on 106. $2,106.
54,006.
That's the base,
That's his current base.
current base.
The
gotta add the,
level is 54,100 before longevity.
$55,224.
what is it, 50?
2224. Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So now we're at 107. He's at 5. He's
That makes 5220.
What is this longevity? 13. 52,850 is that what you said?
5220 is what I got. 5170 minus 1350.
Okay.
That's
We're
a,
adding,
Yeah, so
wait a minute.
the base
51
for
down
the
to
base
50 is a negative.
the base on this one,
The base on it's 50,220, isn't it?
oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
51.
wait, what?
Well, no, his base is 51,750 minus longevity.
51.
Oh, we just wanna look at the base, the new base is
It's
51.5.
5220. Yeah, that's
50 what?
51.5 is the new base, plus his 1350,
5280.
52,850.
I was going off what he's currently making.
52,850, LTCC 46. We don't have any longevity on this.
48 for 30. $47,090. This one stays the same also. so these next, they have longevity, we're gonna.
47,
What do you want?
18.
No, he's already at 44,840, so it stays on 118, or 119. He does not have longevity, so that stays.
Can we back up to 17 when you get ready?
48,440,
Does that include the longevity?
No, it's for,
frozen,
Okay,
correct.
There's one above it, wanna make it 40,
it's 48,430. Right?
yes.
And that's,
I was, okay.
what do you wanna do, Matt?
Now we're up to 119.
119 is 46,860. Same as the next one. And the next one. 122.
The,
Still makes more. That stays 48,160 for 122, including longevity. $125 stays frozen.
I'm curiosity, what is the base on that?
for B,
44.
44,
Okay,
other B, so 349.
20. All of these 126 through,
Do we have longevity in any of these?
there is one longevity in it. 132. Was. So we have to add it, we have to add his longevity to 40. Or no,
44,000 is your base.
yeah, so
45,350.
The rest of them are 4, 5, 10, right? Except one at 4, 5.
yep, correct.
Well,
Wait,
we got some longevity in here, don't we?
Did it?
On 132,
136.
the number is 45,350. At 134, it was 132, I said. 40,50 is 132. 33, 45, 44, 510,
where are you at?
33. 34, 4,500. 35,
Wait, where's the 44 again? 34?
34, 500,
Okay,
frozen. Next one's frozen.
500 or, oh, yeah.
On 136, and there is longevity on this one. Let me see.
44 is the base, so it stays the same, correct?
No?
No, because he's making 45,230 minus 614 is going to be like 44. So stays the same at 45,230. 137 is 45,230. We're down to 141 as a main.
It stays the same.
They have longevity of 1350.
Oh, yeah.
$45,350.
The A,
Oh, they're an A. Oh, shit.
39.
Sorry.
Say,
Sorry, hold that thought, hold that thought.
Language.
39,400. Sorry. Carrie is right. It is,
The same as before.
yep.
Right now we're back to B.
Now we're at, 142. 3, 4, 5, 10. 145.
40.
So 145 stays the same. 6, 8, 8. Five, 10 stays the same. 3, 4, 10 same. 10 stays the same. We did a foreman and purchasing agent.
Yeah. 26,302 and 22,350.
Yep.
Okay.
And then 153.
The D.
LD. They stay the 48,730.
where you at?
Sorry.
153.
What are we at?
Staying the same. 48,730.
The D is 12. 48.
But they've got 614 in longevity. One's gonna go up. Because they don't even make. So 48,600 plus.
$49. 49,214.
Yep. These.
Yeah. So they all go up. 48, 6.
So 156 is 48,600. The last three are all the.
What'd you say they were?
600.
No, go back through the top ones again. Garage foreman,
104 and 109.
yes.
26,302.
Okay, I had that one right. Next,
22,350.
22,350. And then the welder,
48,730.
stays the same. Mechanic, 48,540.
No.
Oh, no, he goes up, he's got longevity.
49,214.
And then the others, 48,6, the next three.
Correct.
And then I'm done.
The only thing I want to say is this 1176, the MVH that is not in your max levy. So
1176.
1176 is not included in with your max levy. Fun. The other thing is with the job study, they did surrounding counties and counties our size, for truck driver, like our truck drivers, equipment operators. We're not losing them to surrounding counties. We're losing them to the private sector.
So I hope that you put that into consideration. Since 2017, we've had 52% turnover in our, truck drivers. So,
So, just a couple of numbers here. So for Cume Bridge, the requested amount initially was 2,243,770. We're now at 2,111,948. So well, we're not, I mean, I guess if you want to bring it down.
what was that
Wanna write
number
it
again?
down.
Because all the majority of the truck drivers and the equipment operators were cut, back down to the 2024 salary. But
I
we
know,
give
I know.
4
Hold on.
employees.
Yeah, I'm pointing out that we've done that in the gaps.
Yep.
So just hold tight 1 sec. So Cume Bridge, not including the engineer, just regular Cume Bridge, 2,111,948 current. Cume Bridge engineer, 1,085,103. $103. And then highway, current is 4,806,994. Which is
Which
That
is
is
1176.
That is 11,
Yep, not in the,
Yeah, what was
Max.
the number you,
4,806,994.
4806?
4,806,994. Dollars.
1,300.
Figure that out later. So for 1176, we started at, last year's budget was 4,453,000. They requested 4.966. We're at 4.806. So again, I think the way this is going to play out is if, depending on where everything lands, we'll look.
This isn't like
Right, yeah, I
final,
know.
yeah, answer today. We just.
And we don't want to do one without the other.
right, absolutely. Yep.
Note, I've got a note here that says estimated 25 revenues, 4.745
For highway,
for, 1176.
which if that was true, then we'd be low, or we would be over.
Over. Okay.
But I think that our cash is gonna be over 5 million, I believe that the auditor's office, one of the girls said in the very first day, what our anticipated is to be at the end of the year.
So, let's look. All right, if you combine 1173, 75, and 76, 4.3 million. So you have MBH restricted,
Yes,
can be used for what?
any road projects.
Not people.
It can, if you classify it out to a project. Like if they're working on a certain road, chip and sealing, paving, anything like that. You can take that person's wages, bring that out of restricted. Snow plowing is not included in restricted.
Local road and street, the one you're thinking of that can't be used for anything but the asphalt, correct?
That is the wheel tax.
Okay, we're not even there. Misdemeanor? There's about.
We don't have any misdemeanor.
1175. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I put the two together. Only two. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
The estimated balance for the end of next year for highway was 4.
revenue,
Operating balance,
4.2. 4.3, yeah.
based on their request amount.
Okay.
Revenue, all the,
I mean, I guess based on that, like, I guess I'm not quite sure why no adjustments have ever been made out of Bridge 1135. Because you're at a 1.6 there too, right? So again, those are going out. That's a max levy one, right? 1135.
Yeah.
And we don't have to deal with this right now, given it's 6 o'clock at night, but we should talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, auditor. On page. Yep, page 6.
How about the tax return?
Okay.
Are they getting new?
No, we haven't started on that. Anyway.
I got it.
Okay. All right, auditor.
Okay, so what this is, as you know, we had a lot of changes in our office, we restructured.
Yeah.
The restructuring took place actually during and after all of the data collection by, Wagner Steel. So because of that, we actually moved a lot of people from the front office back to the finance area and also consolidated some duties. So essentially, because of that, the job descriptions and titles have changed. So that's the reason this, I presented this, because it's changed since the budget was actually, we spent it earlier this year. So after we've made all the changes, et cetera, that's what comes out right here.
So we're ignoring the first two for a minute.
Finance. The
We have 2 employees that have,
which two are those?
Tanya and Ella. So Tanya's got
go ahead.
$266 and Ella is $736.
Do you know their numbers?
D 102 is 200
Okay.
and then I don't know, 107. 107
Okay.
is 736.
So this first. Then we're going from a comment B to a comment D, 38.5. $37. A.
Hang on. I don't think I got it all
At
here.
8:41.5.
102, 3, 4. Um, mm, so you're on 106.
Yeah.
A. 41. Yeah.
Yeah. Thirty-seven. B. Oh, 36.3.
Um, So I guess my first question is, these ones that have moved to Pat, and like, I mean, so from a computer office person, so to speak, to a professional administrative tech person, how do they qualify?
Well, let's talk about insurance company, for example. That person, actually, that called they two different positions. There was another recording secretary position, so they assumed the two different roles. As an example,
And in all honesty, that's a benefit. Like, she handles all benefits. I mean, always been called insurance, but more benefits than just, you know what I mean? Yeah. Think any amount of money that comes out of your check.
But again, I just don't see how that moves into that Pat category. In terms of, I mean, it just seems out of whack with some of these other ones, so, a little bit. I'm also, delirious, so forgive me, but if you really look at office roles, she's still in an office role, even if her duties have changed. And she doesn't have there's no technical background, there's no, right, they don't administer anybody or anything. So,
but they are required to do more than just manually, uh, reconcile the count with the different benefits. They're required to actually analyze the data now. We didn't do that before. They're required to import, upload data. What was the level on that?
41.8.
I mean, if it's about a salary change, I mean, it doesn't align in my mind. I'm one person, so. And then tell me about the bookkeeper, because I mean, same thing. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if Wagner Shealy was here, would they be agreeing that we should put him in Pat? Doubt
I
it.
doubt it.
Bill, you were part of the comment.
I really don't, I don't have enough. Their day-to-day operation. Take up Ed's invitation to spend a day with.
I don't have an issue with the comment ones. I think the point on the
There's
Pat
no,
ones.
we have no other departments. The executive administrator of the commissioners sits it today, but other than that, they're in all of the other sort of technical roles. So no office positions reside in those. I just think it's a little,
So what were their original comments? So let's see.
I don't have any problem with moving them within the comment category.
no,
Based on his
none of the comment
recommendation.
changes, you mean?
Right.
I don't have an issue with that either. So those like,
So the two Pat A's would become comment D.
I mind they should, yeah.
okay, and then what about the Pat? Well, we don't have to worry about the Pat D yet. Maybe,
Are we changing that?
I would
No,
think so.
I'm just pointing out the disparity, that's all.
They get a comment D.
That's the thing.
They were, well, the one was a B. Would you want to make that B a C? Or make that B, since he was thinking it's the same as a Pat A, make it also a comment D. Which would make it 38.5.
He's also, I think he's saying that those two roles are elevated, and so that's why he wants
Yeah.
the higher numbers, so if those roles descriptions are changing and they're elevating to a D, then so be it.
Yeah. So maybe do that for now, comment D.
Golden, I
Yes, good. Did either of those have long? No, so the only one is that we have to look at right now is the senior plat room that was 37.5 plus 736. Be 38,236
38, 230.
on 107.
The only one that's
Yeah, because that we do those later, and then zero out that client for now.
moving in the level. We wanna go through them?
Yeah, starting at 103. 38.5.
Yep.
37. 38. 38.5. 38. 36.3. 3. Sure. Back to 103. 38.5, 37.5, 38.5, 38,236.
Oh, that was with
The longevity.
730.
Yep. And then 38.5, 38.5, 37.5, 36.3, 36.3, 36.3, 38.5. All right, and then they also handed us a job description. I know there were some questions exactly what this compliance deputy would be, so thank you for giving us some more clarification.
Yeah, that actually came from Wagner. They put that together. That's how we come up with the amount and also the pad B.
Oh, so they did this one,
They
okay,
did, they did all that.
okay.
Added a word.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's really what it was. I would just didn't have the grant on the original request, but
He makes a comment about monies that were already out there that we could apply for immediately.
yeah, there's two of them out there, $50,000 right now, but they're due by the end of September. So we're gonna miss that boat. That's 100,000 right there. But they're out. I mean, there's all kinds of grants out.
Perception of how much time this individual might spend helping to get grant county general, how much time they might spend getting grants for.
I mean, it's hard to say. It really depends on what they find and what's available. And there's all kinds of federal state grants that are out there that we can apply for.
I think actually a better question would be, for year one, is it gonna take them 6 months to ramp up and do compliance work, not be submitting for grants, or will from day one they're gonna be doing, they will actually be submitting?
I think it'd be a combination of both, because we do have a $20 million grant that we're trying to manage. We're gonna make sure we're compliant, or we gotta pay that back. I think that's a little important. There's gonna be time spent with that, because we have year-end reports we have to complete on that. But the folks gonna be really trying to find new money. I mean, like I said earlier, I look at this person more like a salesperson, not trying to find opportunities, bring in money.
So in that regard, what's the ability in your mind of getting a hold of an individual on a contract basis?
That's a possibility. If you can find one, I mean, I've got out trying to find one. I can't say. I remember some of these grants actually have stipulations within them. They will actually pay for the compensation or salaries for these positions. So, I mean, like the ARP money, that's ARP, that they actually set aside 10% for administration costs, which is money that can be used to pay for anything to do with administration, whether it's legal fees or office help, all this kind of thing.
This individual would report to you, correct?
Yes. Myself and the chief deputy. But yes. Is that subject to change? Okay, is that subject to change, or there's a decision to be made? I guess that's up to us. But to say, yes,
All right, well, we can chew on that. Hop over to county council. And our only line item is the salary, which I did not increase first.
One for the audit.
Yep.
That you don't feel like they fall into that category. I would like to point out, they are responsible for a lot. I mean, when it comes to audit and things and head book forever the entire, and then is very involved in all of the audits and providing all of the information and then being in compliance of funds and all that. So I would like to put that out for not firm, but be there that are above them.
Thank you for that additional insight. Page 32.
What went into the stipend?
I'm not sure what that, we haven't touched it. I'm not sure why we put that in there. I mean,
Oh,
What-
your
Stipends, your president's
your
pay.
oh, that's my president pay.
It used to be called
What is
president
that?
pay, but
Yeah.
like
That was
any
something-
kind
Yeah.
of extra.
That's
No,
me.
You wanna be,
like that.
you wanna be the
Not
president?
cutting it. No, we
Hey,
cut it next year and someone else can be president.
Jim says he wants that stipend.
Oh, I didn't.
Do the conversion and make everything
will-
streamlined.
I'll make that in the, okay.
and the longevity coverage is extra. Okay.
That's, I'm not sure. Do we pay the longevity? You pay that,
The December longevity
the Christmas one.
for the $100 for every year you.
For everybody?
Those who qualify,
Those who qualify.
who've been here 15 years.
Which is not counted in what we just calculated for all these people.
No, that's the 62.2. Which is why we were not calling the experience matrix anything to do with longevity, to
Right.
not confuse us any further.
Just in
So
case.
you have three plans. You got the two that predate us, which is this longevity, that you'll also see the word longevity in other budgets. Or when we build in the 62.2, those,
And those are all, their legacy because there's an ordinance still in place. Along with our comp. Another,
so.
Okay.
We already cut
Professional service, contractual service.
a little bit, yeah. I think,
but then
the only other real thing in here
He's
is,
contractual, my fault.
yeah, contractual had to go up. I mean, we have to, I think, cover Ben.
Yeah.
Professional services, that covers like all of this live streaming everyone's enjoying on Facebook. The only other thing we can cut out of here is, we've been paying for our own conference and training. Matt and I haven't submitted any reimbursement, so. That's a pleasure. We can cut transportation and training or leave it. I mean, we're not talking big money here, so.
I think we just hold on those. What about lit?
council lit.
We're leaving 100,000 in salary adjustment.
We cut that 900,000 last time. We cut from $1 million down to
That's right,
100,000.
still gonna leave 100,000.
We don't have to.
I think we take it out now.
And they'll get rid of it.
Wait, which one are we looking at?
198, 131.
198, 131.
Council.
Oh, regular council? I already got the
38,
lit. I was like,
I have 438, 640.
the salary adjustment, we're knocking down to 0.
438,
All right.
okay, lit. Salary adjustments of 50. Take it out there too.
Well,
Hold.
hold for now, because I'll take it out. I mean, let's seriously just take it out. Just take it out.
What are we taking out?
Salary adjustment in 131 for lit.
All right.
What's the health insurance?
I like that, just cover overages.
Maybe. But I mean, we have any left?
We raised it 10.
I mean, for this year, like
Balance.
age 53. Yeah, what's in that? There's 0. We didn't put any in last year, so I guess we could cut that too.
That on?
173. Council. So basically, we're taking back. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful.
Where are we at for this one?
Okay.
Right. You really have to come see us now, Emily?
You guys started 40 one way. We did court. Our court different.
So
Now
we need to
40
go
is
back
wrong.
and adjust the 40. Okay, Matt and I'll do that.
But I need to up the court report.
Talk about what?
All right, 40 court.
What page is that, Emily?
Number 2. And I can tell you really easily. The assistant court reporter in the other budget is at 40,000. But this one has the built-in longevity of 773 on number 1, 102, 101. So it's 40,773 if you match the other budget.
What's the other budget?
The main court budget. So we did this one, did it at adjusted salary, the base salary,
Do the
then we,
mid.
yes,
Yep.
Wait, what did it be?
40,773. Built, right, yes.
All right.
So then if we skip down, the other one's really easy. 105 will be the 40,000.
All right.
Now,
You can
we
take
put
that in here.
the lead court reporter we talked about it, job descriptions, remember? And we said, what are we gonna name this one? Cause we had it as office manager and we didn't like that. And we had told you we put her at external high because she has a lot more reporting requirements with the 40 reimbursement and she has to track all that monthly and all that. So we said, we kind of changed her, put something on her name because it's more than just court reporter. So you said lead. And that's why we wanted what we asked for, but hers has the 70 or 773 built in as well. So if you go external high on her, that's where we came up with that number.
Well, the midpoint,
The midpoint is 40.25 or 40 whatever.
Mid 42.5, yeah.
But we are asking for external high on her because she had those extra duties. And that's what we talked about at job description time. We asked, well, and you wanted to name it lead court reporter to differentiate her from the other court reporters. And then that's why we said we asked for external high because of those extra duties. Now it's your decision how you want to deal with that. But it's going to be at least the 42.5 plus the 773.
Which is 43,273.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to start with that?
But then if we're going to do that and leave her at court reporter, we got to change that job description because then it's no longer lead. So I just got to keep that in mind when you guys are looking at that job.
All right, I'm gonna bold it.
43.
43,273.
That includes 770.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it is called lead court reporter,
Currently, that's what we changed it to at job description time.
Yeah.
but it'll change again.
We don't know until they make their decision on how they're going to look at it.
What do you suggest?
I suggest it's a lead court reporter because she does more duties than the other court reporters. That's why we changed the job description to that, which I think deserves more pay. That's why we went in with the external high amount.
was the requested amount? No, that was the request.
46 was the original request.
I think external high, well, you just take the 773 off of that, that's your external high. 48.9, I think, is the external high.
48,872, yeah. 48,9. That's exactly what that number is, that 49,646.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suggest we just raise it to 45,773.
Do what?
What does that represent?
That represents a $45,000 base plus 773.
Where are you getting that 40? All right.
It's a balance because there's no more comment above that.
Correct.
So again,
Correct.
we've said it from the beginning, even though I barely remember what that was. Which is there may be adjustments to that. There may be
So you're just going with a
tweaks.
little bit above the
In
comment
this case,
D.
and I mean,
What'd you go with, 45?
and we did go through this process ad nauseum about for that role.
So you're going with 45 base
That's what I recommend.
45,773?
and with her
A small
built
bump.
in.
Okay.
And above the
Okay.
the existing 42 or 25.
Thank you for working with me on that.
All right.
I hope I'm done
with
with
you now?
I hope I'm done with 40. You still were thinking about the master commissioner.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
But other than that, I think we've got it all covered.
Okay. Gavin, did you need us?
I don't need you. I elected officials.
Oh, look,
Well, you had your computer up there.
No,
Okay.
ready.
I'm ready.
All right. What's the pleasure on the elected officials?
Okay,
All, like, it's all the pages.
all the pages. Easier to work off.
Yeah.
Wagner.
Yep.
Really,
You have that paper with you? Your
I
piles of papers.
know I've got it, I just don't know where.
I think the first question is whether or not we're leveling elected officials. Or are we taking more of, looking at the baselines and trying to come up with the average based on what they presented to us? That's, in my mind, the first question.
I know at one point that, I think it was Bill made the suggestion of just a 4% across the board for elected officials to mimic that 4% growth.
Where was that paper? What's that paper?
Long.
No, it would have been part of the salary study.
Oh. You remember it now?
So I went through, except well, obviously the sheriff is an outlier, but I went through and, in the level column that I have, if we were to take all elected officials, everyone else increased by 4%, that puts everyone else at 58,381.
Okay, please repeat your statement, Jessica.
So with the exception of, don't look at the commissioners or the council or the sheriff, but if we did the 4%, which was the percentage of growth, right, that puts everyone at 58,381. From their 56,136. If you look at the salary study and you start going across that average salary and you utilize that as a midpoint, we're all over the place. The sheriff is mandated, we've already done 4% for the commissioners. We're frozen. That's option one.
Yeah, some of them don't seem to be marked.
No, I was going off of what the 24 budget in the book was. For the 4% increase. I just did a formula in my spreadsheet. So for example, the clerk, we did the 4%, would be at 58,381. The midpoint is on here at what, 62,503.
Yeah, that's what you support, 4%.
Repeat those, please, Jessica.
The level for
They're on
everyone,
here, they're on the bottom.
they're on the bottom right there. Just
Well,
round up. the
Well, they
highs.
were different.
I think it was last year that everyone, to make it even, they made all elected officials, or was it 2 years ago, the 52,
Jane was still here, so it's been at least two.
that we all went to a flat, all elected officials.
Last year was
Correct,
voted on it.
Right.
right.
Last
So, all over the,
Kind of like your job study. Okay, that sounded really bad when I said it, but like I wasn't trying to be funny.
I
But-
don't think it was
Yeah, I don't
like
think you're far off.
as big as this, like
Right.
these jumps, right? Like I don't think it was that, I mean, but yeah, there was some variation. It was relatively close, otherwise we wouldn't have done it.
Right,
And I'd have to pull out old budget books to recall that, but it wasn't that far off.
right.
But just to make it in the, spirit of quality,
And I just wanted to comment, like, so looking at for the corner, Gavin Green, Delaware County Coroner. So the spread that's on our sheet, so if you look at for just the coroners, out of the 10 counties that the coroners were tested, it shows that I'm in the top 3 when it comes to a salary, but it doesn't, we don't know how many cases there are. Relative to that, it's gonna be all over the place, and you can't really tie it with cases to salaries. I just was texting the Madison County coroner. He's projected to have like 225 to 250 autopsies this year alone. Whereas we're gonna do maybe 155. So his number of autopsy cases, and then probably number of just regular cases are higher, but he's half. Now, with that being said, Vigo County, is at 60,000, which is a little under what I requested for me, but yet they have a university, they have Indiana State, but their county size is about 10,000 people less than what Delaware County is. So when you try to compare apples to apples here, and we look at those studies, when it comes to just my department only, it's kind of all over the place that you can't really, you could just pick one fact and kind of dive into it. So looking at the job study, if you look at the top 3, our department is in the top 3 when it comes to having a university, having about the same size. Now, I don't know when it comes to their caseloads, but I am up there when it comes to size of the county, but I don't know what their local hospitals are, what their policies are. When IU Ball Hospital will call us anytime someone dies after 24 hours. I can't say, well, I'm not going to take that phone call because it's their policy. And so that's where we're up there, right there with those 3. And I didn't see this job study, the actual salaries, until after the first budget hearing that Matt was great to send me. And that's when someone said, it's amazing that look how close you are to the high range. And I said, what are you talking about? And I had just put that number in there, and it was right up there with the top of that spread. So, okay. Let's cut go. I'm just trying to get some more time like Emily. She spent like 3 hours up here, so I just want.
Emily has like 8 budgets.
My turn? Is it your turn?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
My suggestion is go with the average salaries across the board. I mean, the state legislators actually put in the law that allows you to actually have stipends for the clerk and the auditor. They must obviously know something, I would think. I think that's a message to all the council that there's a reason they're putting that in place. I mean, my feeling on that is, I have 2 feelings. One feeling is that I'm in agreement with Bill that, we're gonna be tight to pay people. So knowing that, my first inclination is just raise it 4%. We do want good people running for elected office. We want people to be able to, but at the flip side of that is, if that only showed up twice a week, no one could, no one could do anything about it other than get them out of office. So, I feel like we have to balance that. That's the only reason why I oppose, per se, the making a big jump right now. Not that it's not warranted or that it could attract more people to run for office, but we're gonna be tight. We're gonna be tight. 8 years have you known that we've not had money that's not tight? As far as I know, 0.
Look at the audience, we've heard that
All
3
day
days now.
long. Right.
All day long.
Right. So
And we have a budget.
that's part of the reason why I've been drilling about the cash flow and the revenue component and where we allocate our money. Like right now, we're just working basically from the same set of information we walked in for last year. So until we can fine tune that, that's where my head is.
As I look at the study, problem I have with the averages is, to me, Tippecanoe and Wayne County are outliers high, and Blackford County is an outlier low. They just ought to be taken out of the study altogether. And when you do that, I think that the averages are gonna be we're not gonna be too far off, from the averages. And I'm still good with the 4%. I could support a different number, certainly. If we went across the board at 58.5, I would also ask that we maybe consider, the $2,500 bump for the auditor and the clerk that we turned down.
By law, for next year.
It
Clerk
wouldn't
can't.
be, it would just be an increase,
Oh, for your salary.
their salary, would not be the stipend under that $500.
Okay, so we're saying 58.5. I can be on board with that. But then 2,500 makes those two roles 61 even.
Do what now?
We go all the elected, the exception of obviously the sheriff and,
The non-man, all up, the commissioners, council, and the sheriff.
well, the commissioners already did the 4%.
Yeah.
So the sheriff's mandated, and I did not put in raises for us, and no one up on this bench has asked for raises, so I considered us frozen. So that means, clerk would be 6,100 for what Bill proposed, 61,000, it's late, guys, I'm sorry, 61,000 per Bill's proposal. It takes the auditor to 61,000.
Does everyone agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well then what do you want?
No, because, look, a couple months ago, we unanimously said as a council that we wouldn't support that. And now to turn around for,
Then we wouldn't support it till the budget hearing.
Wouldn't support the budget here.
We're in budget hearings.
Yeah.
This is when we said we talked about it.
Right.
Okay. Matt, you don't support it,
Not this year, no.
Dan?
I support the 4%.
We sat here and told motor vehicles that, right now they're not getting anything, so for the most part,
Let's put the 58.5 in for now.
I'm just not in favor of it right now.
All right, so 58.5. We good with that number? That's rounding up that 58,381 to 58.5. Okay. Now, say you. Okay. 58.5.
I do think that we've missed two important people that probably should also be able to weigh in on this.
This isn't final.
Yeah.
Okay. I get into the game though. Oh, I
How did
sorted,
you sort?
by
filter?
classification. Or,
Oh, right here. Right up.
there you go. All right, so while Matt does that, the next question then is, what is our pleasure with chief deputies? At one point we talked at 80%. Another time we mentioned 85.
If I could just, my 2 cents, pun intended, with the budget hearings, is I think that that's a good idea, and that makes sense because all of our chief deputies in the coroner's office are appointed, and the chief deputy can do exactly what the elected official can do, and they could step into that role at any time. So when I was on vacation, that the chief deputy is acting in that position, therefore they're doing everything that salary would do at any given time. Whereas if it's another random numbers It just kind of keeps everything fair. And it helps with the budgeting process too.
Chief deputies. All right, so I thought 58.5. 80% makes it 46.8. 85 makes it 49,725.
Before Ed brings this up, how many of these are exempt?
All the chief deputies
Are they
think excluded,
Are all excluded currently?
except for the assessor. Right?
It's listed in the job studies excluded.
Isn't it both? Isn't it located in two places?
It's listed in the salary study and included that has a job.
The assessors?
Oh, meant all of them. I don't know how they differ. Because it used to be office manager and they changed to chief last. But I don't know how that chief differs.
Yeah, because like his was an actual hired position versus everyone else's is appointed. That was the issue. So he has his chief deputy is located in the salary study as both a Comet D and a chief deputy.
So it is not by statute a chief deputy position?
No,
It's not?
it used to be, used to have another title. And then,
Well, he had a
and then
different
he
title.
came in, and then Carmichael came in and fought to get the same wage as the rest of the chief deputies.
I don't think it was statute.
He was hired.
Get that
Right.
the office manager at first.
Right.
Then it was back to a limit or
Because when we gave that money.
gave out the deputy raise.
Okay.
Qualified as the title.
Yeah.
And so back that was that it does that job with the raise plus.
So then they'd all be excluded. Assuming we got that job. Excluded
Exempt
means-
is an FLSA designation. It means that they have to meet the base salary of the FLSA. So it'd be 58, whatever the number was.
56.
If they're excluded, they don't have to meet that threshold. Neither of them get overtime.
Keep in mind,
and
Every
part,
time?
yeah,
so we can't give out that much. Perform those duties.
right.
I think it was part.
We'd have to add back in.
So the assessor may be appointed, just like any other chief deputy may be appointed. So I think it basically works the same.
Okay.
It's at your liberty or his liberty or whatever.
Yeah.
For that role.
All right, so are we going with the 80 or the 85?
85% of cost is $2,925 per person. After 7 chief deputies, 20,475.
You're talking about like an increase?
Yeah,
Oh,
difference
okay.
between 80
Okay.
and 85.
Spreadsheet's not built that way, so.
That's
I need to know what's on.
925 per.
between 80 and 85%, yeah,
Oh, the two.
just between the two.
Okay.
I
And,
think we kind of came to a conclusion that we're in the 80 or 85% bracket, we just figure out what we want to stick.
right,
What do you think, Mr. Hughes? I'm good with either. It might be helpful if the talk over to the friend.
I suggest we 85%. I hear 90.
If I was an auctioneer, I'd be asking for more. I mean, I think we can start there. Again, as with all the other salaries that we talked about, it's subject to how close we are to getting where we need.
I mean, I mentioned earlier, the deputies, chief deputies acquire and are responsible for the same responsibilities we have when we're at the office.
We can put it at 85 if we need to
Okay. We'll-
address it later.
we'll
we
start
can.
with the 85% and we'll go from there. So 85 makes it 49,725.
Of 85%.
Yes. 49. With the exception of the sheriff's chief, so ones that currently set at 85. The $10,000 increase. Okay. Brain fried. Yep, you're right, 78 to 85, thank you. 49. Then on the chief deputy auditor, how much is your longevity?
266.
If add that in, that's 49,755. It's 49,991. Okay. With all that today, we have cut from requested out of general $3,074,508, which to get to our, if we were to keep our operating balance at 6 million, we needed to cut 3,884,000. Got like a little over, well, we'd come in 200 over, or does that cut,
Is that at the 6 million?
yeah, did that cut have that 200 over? Which, on this? Did this cut number include the 200,000 over? The 3 million? Don't we always come in 200,000 over?
Share for over 9,
No, when we go to turn this in.
for over 6, 8, 7. So your amount down here in the red.
Yeah.
That's 884.
Right.
That's based on the 6 million operating balance.
Yeah.
And that includes that includes amount going in over
Okay,
100, but it includes
okay. Yeah. They still got some work to do. Oh,
As much as 800,000 years.
809,689. Now, I do need to go back and do the big FICA and perf, but I don't think it's gonna be $800,000. I mean, what is, Yeah, it's not gonna be that much, but it'll be some. It'll be a few $100,000.
So where are you getting your, figures from?
Filter by Fund 1000.
Too, on the chief deputy, I don't know if you wrote all the, 62 points down, but make sure we copy that, or I know Porter has it, I know assessor has it.
We need to make sure we add that.
Chief, but then, what? Corner, does-
We got yours.
I know it, I know, it. And then treasurer would have, so it is, it's the assessor and the recorder. They make- okay. And I may, but
All right. All right, so I think the plan right now is that we're gonna take a quick break after our council meeting on Tuesday and then reconvene. So I'll take what we have now and see what that looks like if I adjust the FICA and perf and county general. And then what Bill had suggested, going back in all of those that we put at the midpoint, decreasing those at 1% increment till we get to where we need to be.
we won't. Care.
Right, you guys will be at your, because you'll be at AIC, right? Okay,
Yeah,
okay. All right, well, with that, we'll recess till Tuesday.